Hi guys, it's me, ChazzaHD, and welcome to the race watch-along for the 2023 United States Grand Prix. Hopefully you guys are well, and thankfully we are at the main event of the weekend. We've got an exciting grid for today's race. Unfortunately, we had the sprint race yesterday, which was the biggest waste of time we've had, arguably, this season. In a season that unfortunately has not been very exciting for a multitude of reasons. But yeah, that has, I will admit, the sprint race yesterday has kind of spoiled the fun I think we were going to have today if we did not know what the actual pace was going to be for team by team. So, yeah, we do have a much better knowledge of what is probably going to happen today, but still, it's a mixed-up grid, and in Formula 1, you never know what could happen, so at least we have that. But, yeah, we've got just under 2 hours to go until the race starts, and, of course, we'll be getting through, firstly, the race preview, going through the results of qualifying, and looking at what the starting grid is. We'll then be getting into the sector time data and the speed trap data from qualifying, just to show where certain teams are quick around this Circuit of America's track. Then I'll be getting into the the race pace in the sprint yesterday, just to show what people's pace is like on heavier fuel. And then I'll get into my predictions for the race and so on and so forth. And then in about an hour and a half's time, we will be bringing on Niblo, of course, my co-commentator, to join me for today's race, which is great to see, because I don't think we've done a US Grand Prix together. So, yeah, should hopefully be a good one. So, yeah, that'll be happening soon. And then, of course, after that, we'll be getting into the actual race itself, and then a reaction afterwards. But yeah, I hope you guys are well, no matter what time zone you're in or what part of the world you're from. Hopefully you're all safe and well, and I hope you'll be joining me today to enjoy another good US Grand Prix. A lot of US Grand Prix here at this track do tend to be good, so my hopes are not extremely high, but they're higher than they have been for other races this season for sure. One thing I did forget to do, though, is start a poll in the live chat. So I'll quickly do that now, because I didn't have time, unfortunately, to get this done before the start of the stream. I'll just ask you guys quickly, who do you think will win the 2023 United States GP today? And I'll just quickly do the options. And you guys can then vote in this poll and let me know who you think will win the race today for the next couple hours. So Max Verstappen, of course, will be an option. So will Charles Leclerc. And then Lando Norris. And the last option, of course, will be Lewis Hamilton. So let me know, out of those four drivers, who do you think will win the US Grand Prix of 2023? But yeah, let's get into, before we actually get into anything else, I just want to touch on the sprint yesterday, because it was, as I said in my stream last night, of course I covered the sprint race yesterday. If you want to hear my, live reaction to it, you can obviously click the link down below to the sprint race watch along if you were unable to join us last night. Yeah, it was so and such a waste of time that, Max Verstappen came out and said after the race that he just doesn't like the sprint format, and he doesn't think it adds anything to a Grand Prix weekend. And the opinion, what's the best way to describe this? People's feeling towards the sprint races are getting more and more negative every time they happen, because, I mean, if we look at this season, we've had now 5 sprint races. The first one in Baku was probably the biggest waste of time I've ever seen. in Formula One history. Austria was only good because it was wet. Spa also, the only reason anything really happened was because it was wet. Qatar, I guess, yeah, you could say was a decent sprint race, but that was really because of half the drivers being on different tyres to the others, and that's what created a mixed up sprint. And then yesterday, except for the first, 2, 3, maybe 4 laps, I mean, nothing really that exciting happened. Of course, the last sprint race of the season is in 2 weeks' time in Sao Paulo. How many more sprint races do we need to prove that they're just not working, for one? And secondly, they are not making Formula One any better. The quality of, racing and the quality of Formula One as a product is no better with us having sprint races. I think that is pretty clear to see now, and the only way you would disagree with that is if you are, as far as I'm concerned, delusional, if you disagree with that, because we've had plenty of sprint races by now. We've had 11 sprint races, I think, now in total. Of course, the one in Brazil will be the 12th sprint race of all time. We've had, 2 or 3 properly good ones, and there are major reasons why those were good. Lewis Hamilton in 2021 in Brazil, starting from the back and then flying up to 5th place. That was the only reason that sprint race was any good. And then you had, Austria earlier this year. Again, it was wet. That's why it was good. I mean, Brazil last year, was a good sprint race. I'll admit that, but I don't think we've had really that many sprint races that have really made a weekend better. Maybe except the sprint race and the sprint weekend in Brazil last year. Except for that weekend, maybe you could argue the one in 2021 in Brazil as well. I don't think it's making the race weekends better. And another thing that is really another reason rather why sprint races are just not helping the Formula One product is, at the end of the day, the reason people watch Formula One is because they want to see cars race. Now, of course, sprint races, I guess that is more racing at the end of the day. But in Formula One, with the way the format has been typically ever since 1950, the race on a Sunday, which everyone knows is the main event of the race weekend, that's what the most amount of people tune into. Even if you don't watch practice or qualifying, you'll still catch something of the race, because that is, at the end of the day, the main appeal of Formula One is the race on a Sunday. Now, Liberty Media has even ruined that, because with a sprint race, you're spoiling what is probably and is going to happen on a Sunday race, which is, again, the main event. It is like, let's say, for example, you had a boxing event, and you had, the main event was, let's just use a couple current boxers. You had Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua, 2 British heavyweight boxers. I'm sure most people know who Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua are. Lots of people want to see that fight, and it would be obviously the main event of any card it was on. Let's say there was a card, it was the main event. With what we've got with sprint races in F1, it would be, if you were to compare it to boxing, it would be the same as whoever's running that card deciding to have Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua have a fight earlier in the card, which is, I don't know, half or a quarter the amount of rounds they're going to do in the main event, and basically spoiling what would happen in the main event, which everyone is paid to see. And if that was a thing that happened where the main event, you would get basically a spoiler, a mini spoiler as to what's going to happen, people would not want to watch the main event as much and would not be as keen to spend their money. And that's what Liberty Media is doing with the race weekend, the typical race weekend format that most people love who watch Formula One. They're ruining the main product and the main selling point of the weekend, which of course is the race on the Sunday. And they're making it, with a sprint weekend, they're making it less likely that people are actually going to tune in to a race on a Sunday. Because let's say we had a sprint weekend every single weekend. This season we've had, this is the 18th race. By the end of the season, it'll be 22 races. Let's say this entire 2023 season, there was a sprint race every weekend. Including myself, I would be less likely to watch the race on a Sunday if there was a sprint race on a Saturday, because you would be spoiled as to what is probably going to happen on the Sunday, and it takes away that excitement of not knowing what is going to happen. And they're just ruining the weekend format that has worked for so many years. And as I've said many times before, they are trying to fix something that isn't broken, and they're actually making their own product worse. There is no evidence to suggest that sprint races have caused a uptick in viewership. No evidence for that at all. And you could argue that it's actually caused a downtick in viewership, because since 2021, and this isn't purely because of sprint races being in Formula One, it's a lot more to do with other reasons, but you could throw it in there as a reason why the viewership since 2021 has dramatically decreased. The TV numbers came out, I think, a month or so ago, and the TV numbers were down, what was it, like 70 or 80% compared to 2021. I know as a YouTuber, and I think other F1 YouTubers have experienced this as well, our numbers this year are not as good as they were a couple years ago. Now, some of that could be absolutely, definitely in regards to me, could be because my content isn't good enough, but it's also because Formula One is not as interesting, and not many people are as interested in watching Formula One right now. Let me just get up this story quickly. I promise I will get onto the proper preview in a minute, but I just want to make this point. Let me just try and find I think an article that shows how much the viewership has decreased. And then, I've seen an article here where, on ESPN, the Miami Grand Prix this year suffered a 24% drop in viewership from 2022. But there was an article, I can't remember who or when it came out, but basically it showed a very dramatic decrease of viewership figures. And also social media, I think, was it interactions or impressions, were dramatically down on 2021. And again, it's not entirely or mostly down to sprint races, but it is absolutely, in my view, a part of it. So it is simple what needs to happen. And I know some people out there, even on Twitter after the sprint race last night, were saying, well, if you're going to do sprint races, let's just do reverse grid sprint races. As if that would make anything better, when it wouldn't. Because what you would have is a load of people in the top half of the grid who don't deserve to be there. They're only there because they were put there on purpose. They're not there on sporting merit. At least with the sprint format we have now, you have to earn your way into those, starting positions. And it would be even more gimmicky and even worse than the what we have currently and what we had last night. The answer is simple. Get rid of sprint races. Absolutely, totally. And focus on actually fixing the issues that actually need fixing and that will, in the long term, make Formula One better. Sprint races is, and I said it last night, and I've said it a million times, it is purely Liberty Media chasing short-term gains in viewership. Sprint races, there is no long-term thinking or long-term plan there, with it being something that is actually going to consistently bring in and keep new viewers and develop, new fans in Formula One. It's just not going to happen. It's a desperate, clutching at straws, trying to react to maybe a couple races here or there, or maybe a season not being as exciting as it maybe could have been, to desperately try and get eyes on the product when it's actually just making things worse and cartoonifying Formula One. That's essentially what it is doing. And yeah, it is so depressing, because I know that sprint races are not going to go anywhere, because there's too many mouthpieces in the F1 media space that, kiss ass too much, and they will, they're never going to come out and directly say, we need to get rid of sprint races because they're shit, which is what most people think anyway, but a lot of people out there are scared to say it, because, again, they work in, the media space, and they just, maybe they'll say sprint races are not quite working, but they won't say probably what they really feel, which is, let's just get rid of it and stick to what we already had. So, yeah. Just want to have a rant about it, because it's getting so on my nerves, these sprint races, because all I see is, these sprint races not only continuing in Formula One, but I see them increasing, which is a very depressing thing to have to imagine. Anyway, let me know your thoughts in the chat, and maybe I'll get to some of your comments on that later on. But let's actually get into building up to this race, which hopefully is not going to be just basically what we saw yesterday. If it is, then that will be just clear evidence that the sprint race ruined the weekend after what was such an exciting qualifying on Friday. So, yeah. But before I do go on to the results of qualifying, I do want to touch on the championship standings, because, of course, there were points on offer in the sprint race. Max Verstappen, a few more points clear. Of course, he's already the champion. Lewis Hamilton is 3 points closer to Sergio Perez, so the gap is now 27 points in the battle for second. Alonso's in fourth, Sainz in fifth, and he's only 5 points clear now of teammate Leclerc, who looks a lot stronger now than he did a few races ago. Lando Norris is 10 points behind Leclerc in seventh, Russell in eighth, Piastri ninth, and Pierre Gasly, thankfully, kicks Lance Stroll out of the top 10 of the championship, because Stroll does not deserve to be in the top 10 of the championship. He's been absolutely horrendous this season. And then on the constructor side, Red Bull, of course, champions. Mercedes in second are now 27 points clear of Ferrari, which I think Ferrari did gain 1 point on Mercedes yesterday. So that fight still rages on. Aston Martin are in fourth. And McLaren, after, 5 points in the sprint, they're only 6 points behind now, and surely by the conclusion of this US Grand Prix, McLaren will be fourth in the championship and probably won't be a million miles away from the Ferrari team either. So we'll see how that goes. Alpine scored a couple points and they're in sixth. Williams in seventh. Alfa Romeo eighth. Haas in ninth. And AlphaTauri in 10th. But let's get into what happened in qualifying on Friday, which of course set the grid for today's race. So Charles Leclerc with a brilliant pole position ended up a tenth and a half quicker almost than Lando Norris, who had a pretty good qualifying himself, given how McLaren weren't quite doing as well through qualifying as they have previously. And then, he was only just by 9 thousandths of a second ahead of Lewis Hamilton in third. Carlos Sainz had a okay qualifying and ended up in fourth. Russell in fifth. Russell, though, has been quite a bit slower than Hamilton this weekend. Russell was very slow, I thought, in the sprint yesterday. Verstappen, obviously, did take pole briefly on Friday, but then had his lap time deleted for a track limit violation. And that's why he will start in sixth. But surely, with the pace he displayed yesterday, he is going to win this race at some point and get into the lead, obviously, at some point and win it still pretty comfortably. And then you've got Pierre Gasly in seventh, Esteban Ocon eighth, a great qualifying for Alpine, who feels like to me this weekend with Aston Martin, who we'll get onto later, Aston Martin have been hampered a lot by the reliability problems, but it does feel like Alpine are at Aston Martin's level, if not climbing back ahead of them at the moment. So, yeah, very impressive to see that. And then Sergio Perez in ninth. To be honest, I can't really complain that much about Perez because he was only a tenth of a second away from Max's best lap time. And I know you may say, well, Max's best time was deleted and Perez was in reality a lot slower. True, but Max's best time that he did at the end was rightfully deleted because he broke the rules in terms of keeping the car within the white lines. So I can't really complain too much about Sergio Perez from qualifying. The position isn't good, but I'm not going to go over the top and go crazy because we have to remember that in qualifying for the sprint race and with this qualifying session on Friday, all of the teams were a lot closer to Red Bull than we were expecting. We were not expecting Ferrari, Mercedes, McLaren to be as close to Red Bull as they have been. So we have to remember that as well. And then Oscar Piastri didn't do a good final lap in qualifying, and that's why he ended up in 10th. He had a disastrous sprint race yesterday, which may or may not have been because of damage. I'm not quite sure the exact reason. But let's hope for a better race for him. And then the second half of the order, Yuki Tsunoda will start in P11, which is a pretty decent position. He had an okay sprint race yesterday, couple overtakes. Zhou Guan Yu starting in 12th. He had a great qualifying. I thought qualifying almost a couple tenths of a second ahead of Valtteri Bottas. And then you got Kevin Magnussen, who qualified 14th, but he will now be starting from the pit lane. So will Nico Hülkenberg and the two Aston Martins. So Daniel Ricciardo will start 14th. 15th will be Alex Albon. 16th will be Logan Sargent, meaning there will only be 16 cars on the grid. And then Magnussen, Hülkenberg, Alonso and Stroll in that order are all starting from the pit lane. And the reason Haas is starting from the pit lane is because of their really bad tyre wear in the sprint. They have done some setup changes and broken Parc Fermé, which is why they'll be starting from the pit lane. And for Aston Martin, they have literally come out and said that this race is going to be a test session. Fernando Alonso will do the race today with the old floor on his car, and Lance Stroll will do the race with the new floor. That is how far they've fallen. Start of the season, they were the second best team, and now they're using a race as a test session. It is so depressing how far they've fallen. And yeah, them falling into 5th place is absolutely inevitable. But that's your starting grid, and those are the results from qualifying. But let's get into the sector time data just to see why it ended up the way it did. So the first sector, of course, which is very high speed. Red Bull and Ferrari doing the same speed pretty much. I'm very impressed, though, by Alpine. Quicker than everybody else. Half a tenth quicker than Mercedes, a tenth quicker than McLaren. Nobody expected that in that first sector, I think most, if not everyone, thought McLaren would be very quick in Sector 1, but they were only the 5th best team. Alfa Romeo were pretty good in the 6th place there. AlphaTauri were okay. Williams were okay. Haas, about as expected, you could argue. And Aston Martin, very, very poor. But of course, their qualifying was compromised because of their lack of track time in Practice 1. And then in the middle sector, Mercedes, very surprisingly, the quickest team. Now, as we'll get onto the speed trap data in a moment, I don't think it's because they had a really good top speed. I think it's because in the slow speed corners, their car was handling very well. And that's why they ended up half a tenth quicker than Red Bull and McLaren, and a tenth quicker than Ferrari. Very impressive there from Mercedes. Alpine, still pretty good. Comfortably ahead of the rest of the midfield teams, despite that very long back straight where you would think Alpine would be very weak. And then you got Haas doing okay, Alfa Romeo okay, AlphaTauri okay, Aston Martin poor, of course, and Williams very poor. No idea why they're so far back in 10th place. And then in the final sector, Red Bull and Ferrari dead level again on sector times. McLaren a 10th down, so are Mercedes. Alpine's pace, once again, pretty good. I don't think Alpine could really have asked for any more from qualifying, and they were only 3.5 tenths away from pole position. So, yeah, I don't think we can really demand any more from them. AlphaTauri were pretty good. Alfa Romeo and Haas were okay. Aston Martin, poor, and to a degree, Williams were as well. But looking at all the sectors, Red Bull were the quickest team in qualifying. I don't think we can have any doubt about that. It was close in qualifying, but I think Red Bull were just about the better team. But again, it was very close. And I think if you are looking at what the pecking order was from qualifying, I think Red Bull were just about the fastest team, with Ferrari second, Mercedes third, McLaren fourth, Alpine fifth, and then probably Alpha Tauri probably in sixth, and then Alfa Romeo seventh, Haas eighth, Aston Martin ninth, and Williams in 10th. I'd say that's probably what the pecking order was on Friday. And then I know Williams had a really good sprint race yesterday where they had Albon in 9th, but I don't think it's going to be too dramatically different, that order in the race today. But those are the sector times from qualifying. Here are the top speeds, and these are the certain teams to look out for down that back straight. The 3 Ferrari-powered teams, the top 3, no surprise about that. Red Bull as well looking strong. McLaren looking a bit stronger as well, and you can see McLaren doing the same top speed as Alpine and Williams, so Williams clearly adding a bit more wing to their car than normal. Aston Martin, not great, and then Mercedes, yeah, quite a bit off McLaren and Red Bull and even Ferrari. They were 7 kilometers an hour slower down that back straight in qualifying than Ferrari were. Which is why, if we go back to the middle sector where that back straight is, I don't think this really good middle sector is because of that. I think it's because in the slow speed corners, their car was working really well, and that's why their car has been working a lot better this weekend, because in those slower corners in the middle sector, they've been very, very strong, and in turn 1 as well. So that's why Mercedes are looking better. And definitely that upgrade that they brought to the car on at the start of the weekend, the new floor, is the reason why Mercedes are quicker this weekend. I don't have any doubt about that. And I would say it's probably giving them an extra 2 or 3 tenths of a second compared to the rest of the field. I wouldn't say it's given them any more than that. I don't think it's, giving them a half a second jump. I think looking back, if we go back to the results in qualifying, if they had not brought this upgrade, I don't think they would have been, down in like 9th or 10th place. I think they probably would have been more like 6th, 7th, which is still not great for them if they ended up there. So it has worked, but I still don't think they're, I don't think they're quite there with Red Bull. But it does make their, it does make the possibility of them maybe, just maybe, grabbing a win before the end of the season just a bit better. Because, of course, next weekend we are in Mexico, a track where Mercedes were very quick last year, and with them a lot closer to Red Bull now, maybe next weekend in Mexico, they might have the car to legitimately fight for pole position and even fight Red Bull for victory. We'll have to see when we get there next weekend. Of course, the Mexican track has a lot more slower corners, so that would definitely suit the Mercedes team more so. But let me get into the average pace by team in the sprint race, just to show you what everybody's race pace was in the sprint, so we can get a good idea as to where everyone sits on pace going into this race, which will be getting underway in about 90 minutes' time. Red Bull were on average half a second quicker than Mercedes. It was a bit close towards the start of the sprint, but after that, Max just pulled away half a second a lap. McLaren and Ferrari in the end were level on pace, but that data is kind of skewed because you have to remember with Lando Norris, of course, he was stuck behind Carlos Sainz, took a few laps to get past him, and then caught up by the end to Leclerc when Leclerc was in clean air the entire time in 3rd place. So I do believe McLaren and Mercedes have got a better race car than Ferrari, which is not exactly a surprise, is it? And Red Bull, of course, have a much better race car. So even though Ferrari have got pole, I think their chances of winning today are very, very, very slim. Alpine's pace was okay. Only a 10th quicker per lap than Williams, which was surprising. So maybe Williams found something, overnight. I mean, they couldn't really play with the setup, but maybe the track conditions on Saturday compared to what it was like on Friday maybe allowed them just to be a bit quicker. It was cooler on Saturday than it was on Friday, and I think today it's supposed to be a bit cooler than it was on Friday. So maybe that will allow Williams to move up the field a bit. And then AlphaTauri ended up being a 10th quicker than Aston Martin. Haas were pretty slow, and so were Alfa Romeo. So, yeah, AlphaTauri, Alfa Romeo, Aston Martin, and Haas, I just don't see them at all having a chance of finishing the points on pure performance. They're going to need a couple DNFs, I think, for that to happen. But this is how the pecking order should be in the race. Red Bull, Mercedes, McLaren, Ferrari, Alpine, Williams, AlphaTauri, Aston Martin, Haas, Alfa Romeo. The only two that could maybe be different, I think, is Mercedes and McLaren. Because again, Lando's lap times were a bit skewed in the sprint because he had to fight his way past Sainz and was in the dirty air for a lot longer than Lewis Hamilton was behind Max Verstappen. So, yeah, maybe McLaren and Mercedes will be equal on pace, maybe even McLaren a tad quicker. That'll be an interesting battle to watch out for today. And talking of that, let me get into my final top 10 race prediction for this US Grand Prix. And here it is. I think Max Verstappen, even starting from 6th place, will still win comfortably by 15 seconds from Lando Norris, who I think just about will finish in 2nd. I think he will pass Leclerc probably. I'm going to go at the start of the race. I think he will take the lead. And then once Hamilton has got past Leclerc, I think Lando will have the pace to hang on ahead of the Mercedes. So I'm going to go Norris 2nd, Hamilton 3rd, and then a big gap back to Leclerc, who I don't think will have the pace today. Not because he doesn't have the pace, but because the car still has its issues on a Sunday. So Leclerc, I think, will finish in 4th, with Russell in 5th, Perez 6th, Sainz just ahead of Piastri in 7th, and then rounding out the top 10 will be the two Alpines of Gasly and Ocon. So let me know, guys, in the chat, what is your predicted top 5 for today? Do you think Verstappen will win, or will Norris get his first ever win? Will Leclerc win for the first time in a year and a half? Will Lewis Hamilton win for the first time in almost 2 years? Let me know in the live chat. But before I get to your comments, just want to quickly plug my next 2 pieces of content. Obviously, the next Grand Prix is next weekend in Mexico, and I will be doing on Thursday live at 8 p.m. UK time the Mexico City Grand Prix weekend preview, and then a day after live from 10:45 p.m. UK time until 12:15 a.m. I will be doing a practice 2 watch along for the Mexico City Grand Prix, and then on Saturday I'll be doing a practice 3 watch along, and then a qualifying preview and watch along for quali on Saturday night. And then, of course, on Sunday night, I'll be doing a race preview and race watch along as usual. So if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Let me just quickly get the timer back on the screen. There you go. Yeah, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix. And if you want to keep up to date with everything going on in Formula 1 at the moment, this is a great place to, be subscribed to keep up to date with all the goings on. And as well, for everybody watching right now, make sure to smash that like button. We're currently on 35 likes. Let's try and get up to 50 likes if we can in about 25-30 minutes time, by the time we get to about an hour to go until the until the race gets going. But yeah, what I'm going to do now is actually, before we go on to the teams, I'm going to quickly touch on race strategy as I normally do, just to let you guys know what the predicted strategy from Pirelli is today. And I'm just turning my TV on to see if the sound is going to be on or not. So just give me a second, guys. And no, thankfully the sound isn't on, but obviously the video part is, as yeah, we've got still a bit of time to go until we're underway. So yeah, what I'm going to do now is just quickly touch on the race strategy. Now, if you look at yesterday, we had everybody except for Carlos Sainz starting on the medium compound tyre, and the people who were on the mediums looked like they were fine. They looked like they, if that race went another 10 laps, I think the people on the mediums would have made it another 10 laps. So I am expecting Pirelli to say that it will possibly be viable today to do a one-stop race. So let me just have a look. I certainly wouldn't be surprised if Red Bull with Max Verstappen are able to do a one-stop race today. Let me just have a look. Well, Pirelli have said that they expect it to be a two-stop race. The quickest strategy, according to Pirelli, is to start on the medium compound tyre, pit between lap 14 and 19, go on to a set of hard tyres, and then pit again between lap 35 and 42, and then finish the race on a set of mediums. Maybe certain teams will go medium, medium, hard, rather than medium, hard, medium. The other two-stop strategies that they say is viable is to start on the mediums and pit a bit earlier between lap 12 and 17, and then go on to a set of hard tyres, pit earlier again between lap 30 and 38, and then go on to another set of the hard compound tyre, which I think maybe some other teams might try that. And then the other two-stop strategy they've said is possible is to pit between lap 14 and 19 when starting on the mediums, go very long on the hard compound tyre, pit between lap 40 and 46, and then finish the race on a soft compound tyre. And the only one-stop strategy they have listed today is to start on the medium, pit between lap 20 and 26 and then finish the race on the hard compound tyres. So we'll see if that does happen or not. Looking at who has what tyre compounds, the two McLarens have got 2 new sets of hard tyres, which is good for them, especially if the tyres are wearing out a bit more today than they were yesterday. Of course, the race is taking place quite a bit earlier in the day than it was yesterday. Yesterday, the sprint race started, I think, at 5 p.m. local time, when the race today starts at 2 p.m. local time. So there is a chance that tyre wear could be a bit excessive compared to yesterday. But yeah, the two McLarens got 2 new sets of hard tyres. And then 1 new set of mediums. The 2 Red Bulls have got 2 new sets of mediums. So have Ferrari, so have Mercedes, so have Alpine. And then obviously anyone who didn't qualify in the top 10 has quite a bit more tyres available. So we'll see. We will see how that all goes. But yeah, let's now get into the teams, and I'll just fly through the teams and get through how I think the race will play out, and also what the strategy keys are for these certain teams. So we will start with Red Bull Racing. For Max Verstappen, his goal is simple. Get away cleanly, even if he loses a position or 2, so what, as long as he gets away cleanly with no damage, and then do his usual, overtake everyone very easily and win the race very easily. If he can try and lead the race by like lap 20, 25, then I think that would be pretty good, pretty impressive as well, given how Red Bull have not been maybe as dominant this weekend as they have on other weekends. But also, it would allow him then to have a comfortable, 30 to 35 laps at the end, where he can just put his legs up and bring it home, essentially. Because one thing he doesn't want to be doing is having to push super hard in the second half of the race to try and get into the lead. But yeah, Max Verstappen will win the race today. That Red Bull and he is just too quick. We have to remember as well, Max Verstappen, this is also one of his better racetracks. So I just don't see how Verstappen doesn't win today unless he gets collected in a crash at turn 1. Sergio Perez starting in 9th again. I don't think his qualifying effort was as bad as it maybe seems. But what can he do to try and progress up the field? What I would do is I would start Perez on the hard compound tyre, because tyre wear might be a bit more excessive today than it was in the sprint. And I feel with Perez that he can make those tyres go a lot longer than others probably will be able to go. Maybe, Perez can get into, say, lap 30, maybe lap 35 until he has to pit. And then, put on fresher, say, medium tyres and probably softer tyres than some runners out there, and then really start pushing hard. That's what I would do if I was Sergio Perez. And I don't think if he started on the hard compound tyre, because it's not Max who's going to be, starting from pole, I don't think he's going to necessarily give away that much lap time to whoever's leading, because the Red Bull will have a better race pace today than anyone else. So, yeah, that's what I would do with Sergio Perez. Start on the hard tyre, get him, 25, 30 laps into the race, and then do a 2 stops then from then on the medium compound, and then Perez maybe can get a 4th or a 5th place at least, and maybe even a podium at the end of the day. But yeah, my prediction for Red Bull is 1st and I think 6th it was, which wouldn't be too bad. Sergio Perez, I'm not expecting him to fly through the field, but yeah, that's what I predicted for Red Bull. Definitely, they're going to win the race today. No doubt about that. Let's now go on to Mercedes-Benz, who had a decent sprint yesterday. Hamilton did the best he could, of course, in 2nd. Russell's been pretty slow all weekend, which is very reminiscent of how he performed here last year, where he was not as quick as Hamilton, and then in the race was quite slow compared to Hamilton and was miles away, really, from his teammate. So, yeah, he's just continuing that. I don't know what it is about this track that he doesn't like, but he doesn't like it. That's clear to see. But Hamilton starting in third. If he can at least get past Lando Norris on the first lap, then he's in business. Because then he can launch an attack against Charles Leclerc. And then if he can get past Leclerc in the first 5 to 10 laps, then he'll obviously be in the lead and he'll have at least the chance to build a bit of a gap before Max Verstappen gets up to him and can then try and maybe, if he's going to try and win this race, try and do something strategically to try and pull it off. But yeah, getting ahead of Lando Norris on the first lap is the key, because Leclerc in the Ferrari is not going to be very quick today because of the Ferrari race pace issues that we already know about, we've known about for years. So he needs to be the first to capitalise on that. He cannot allow Lando Norris to be the first to capitalise on that, because if he does, Norris, capitalise on that, he will build a gap and fly off into the distance if Lewis can then either not keep up with him because he's, still held up behind Leclerc, or if he can't, get past Norris himself into turn one. So that is the key for Hamilton's race. Pass Norris, then pass Leclerc in the first 10 laps, and then give it everything to build a gap, and then hope that Red Bull are not as scarily quick as what they showed yesterday. Ultimately, I don't think it'll be enough, because I think Red Bull are scarily quick, and I think will be way too quick for everybody else. And I don't think he'll pass Norris on the first lap. I think Lando actually will take the lead on lap 1. Hamilton will pass Leclerc at some stage, but he's not going to be able, I don't think, to catch and pass Norris, because I think the Mercedes and the McLaren will be pretty equal on pace. For George Russell, his main fight is going to be Carlos Sainz overtaking him, which I think today he will do. And then Leclerc, because of his lack of pace he'll have, I think that will be really the main driver he'll be trying to pass towards the end for a few extra points. But with Lewis Hamilton, if he was to do what I just said, pass Norris on the first lap, then pass Leclerc in the first 10 laps, and then build a gap, what would he have to do to win the race, you may ask? What I would do is, let's say by lap 10, Verstappen is, I don't know, he's not in second place, he's, I don't know, in third or fourth place, and Hamilton is just gotten into the lead. By the time Max gets up to second, which might be lap 12, lap 15, as soon as that happens, if I'm Mercedes, I'm getting into the pit lane to get fresh tyres on, and then use those fresh tyres to catch Max back up and eliminate some of the gap obviously Max will have over Lewis, and then basically undercut Verstappen on strategy for the rest of the race, so then you can make sure for, say, the middle part of the race that you've got fresher tyres and you can defend yourself with that before Verstappen has much fresher tyres towards the end. That's what I think would be the best strategy, but maybe even that won't be enough. But if they can execute those things in the first 10 laps, then maybe they can try and pull that off. For the Ferrari team, it's going to be a difficult day. We saw yesterday their pace was not very strong at all. Carlos Sainz, I thought, did a pretty good job. He, I think, pulled off his strategy as well as really anyone could have. The soft compound tyres just weren't obviously a good tyre choice, and I don't think we'll see soft tyres today because they are just a poor race tyre. They always have been at this track. Leclerc, his pace wasn't great, but again, that's because of the Ferrari. And yeah, for this race, it's a matter of time before he's eventually overtaken for the lead. Whether it's at turn 1, whether it's in the first 10 laps, 20 laps, it doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter who it is. At some point, someone will overtake him because the Ferrari will not have enough pace around this track to keep Verstappen, Norris, Hamilton, and maybe others behind. It's just not going to happen, unfortunately, and it's sad to say that. I'd love to see Ferrari win today, but I just don't think they've got the pace to do so. Yeah, that's why I've gone Leclerc in 4th, Carlos Sainz, I've predicted to finish in 7th, which I know he's starting in 4th, but I don't think he would be really... I mean, he'd be disappointed, but I don't think he'd be seriously bothered by that because, I mean, yesterday he finished in 6th, and I think even he knows that today's going to be a bit of a tough race, and they're going to need maybe a bit of luck on their side if they're going to get a bit of a better result. But of course, they're only 27 points behind Mercedes in the championship. If they can gain points on Mercedes today, that would be great. Even if it's just 1 or 2 points, at least it keeps them in play for 2nd in the championship, which would be... If they were to finish there, that would be a great season because, I mean, at one point, Ferrari were in 4th and they didn't look like they were that likely for a couple parts of the season to really climb any higher. Aston Martin, as they've already said, coming into this race today, because they're now starting from the pit lane with both cars, this race is a test session, so we can't really sit here and say anything about their race. If they do end up somehow scrambling a point, then great, but I think Aston Martin, I think they've given up, really, for this season. I think they know McLaren are going to overtake them in the championship. And with this new floor upgrade, which they're only running today with Lance Stroll, they know that they need to focus now on next year and avoiding still being in this position at the start of 2024, which, honestly, at this rate, I would not be surprised if they were in this position at the start of next year, because I don't trust them to just suddenly get back to being the second best team, at least on the grid, like they were a few months ago. So yeah, Aston Martin, I can't really say anything about them. Hopefully they have an, okay race and they get some good data. I think Mexico will definitely see a lot more pace from them. That track theoretically should suit their car a lot more. And obviously it's not sprint weekend, so if they do have reliability problems in the first practice session there's 2 more practice sessions to be able to get the setup right ahead of qualifying, which of course is the issue with a sprint weekend, is if you are unreliable and you don't do a lot of running in the first session, then you are under pressure for the rest of the weekend. We saw that with Alpine earlier this season in Baku, and we've seen it here with Aston Martin. And the last front-running team we'll touch on is McLaren. Lando Norris, who's had a decent weekend. Brilliant lap in qualifying on Friday to get on the front row. His sprint day yesterday was good, but not great. Definitely could have been better, but at least they got some points out of it, which is at least something. And here for this race, they're obviously on the front row after that brilliant lap that Lando managed to pull off in qualifying. And McLaren, I do think, especially if Lando Norris, who has the better line into turn 1 at the start, obviously the second place on the start line has the inside line up to turn 1, if he can utilise that and get into the lead, then I think this is McLaren's best chance of winning a race this season, because I think McLaren have got the pace to hold off Mercedes, and I don't think Verstappen, I mean, he will fly through the pack, but I don't think he's going to be doing it, 1 car per lap. I'd be surprised if it was quite that easy. Plus, Leclerc, Hamilton, Sainz, Russell, they are going to try and defend. They're not just going to let him through, or at least Leclerc and Hamilton won't. So if Lando can get into the lead lap 1 and then start really pushing and building a gap, then he's giving himself every chance of winning the 2023 United States Grand Prix. And then you never know, maybe if Red Bull remarkably have a reliability issue, then Lando is in business. But yeah, if he gets the start right, gets into the lead, and then, like I said, builds a gap, then he's doing everything he can to try and pull off the victory. For Oscar Piastri in 10th, Piastri, I don't really know what happened yesterday. I think it might have been because of damage to the car, but I don't know that for sure in terms of his lack of speed in the sprint, and he only obviously finished in P10. He didn't have a great qualifying on Friday, had a good qualifying in the sprint where he was only just behind his teammates, so I'm not quite sure what to think of his weekend. I think he will make progress from 10th and finish at least 8th, maybe in 7th place. But yeah, it's been a weird weekend for him. Obviously, first time racing here, so maybe that is also contributing to his race weekend being the way it is. But yeah, I don't think Piastri's going to get that many more points than he's heading for currently. But yeah, McLaren, if they were to get the result predicted, which is 2nd and 8th, that'd be 22 points. 22 points more than I think Aston Martin will get today. And that would then put them, 16 points clear of Aston Martin in the championship, and would put them, how many points behind Ferrari? 70 odd, maybe 60 odd points behind, and would still give them, with 4 races after this weekend, a decent opportunity to finish 3rd in the championship. Let's just touch on the other teams. Alpine, 4th row lockout for them, just like they had in Qatar, and it's a really brilliant weekend they've had. Gasly obviously finished 7th in the sprint. The sprint qualifying didn't go that great. They were only, I think, 10th and 13th, which was not very good, but at least the sprint race went well. Qualifying, they were consistently strong with both cars, and I think they'll get both cars in the points today. I don't think there's any other midfield team that can match them on pace. I just don't think that will happen. AlphaTauri's pace is looking okay, but it's not on Alpine's level. Alfa Romeo and Haas definitely are not on their level, and Aston Martin and Williams obviously are way too far back on the grid. So Alpine, yeah, I think will be 9th and 10th in this race today. And it is good to see that since that upgrade, I think to the floor, was it, they brought in Qatar a couple of weeks ago, they have improved. Since then, they've been a lot more like we expected this season, because obviously in the mid part of the season, they were absolutely horrendous. So it is great to see them returning to some sort of decent form that we saw, from them at least last season, where of course they finished 4th in the championship. Williams, it was a good day yesterday for Albon. Albon, he did the best he could. He started obviously from 8th, finished in 9th. You can't ask any more from him. Williams, of course, had a very bad day on Friday, so it was a surprise for Albon to be anywhere near the top 10 at the end of the day. And yeah, they're starting 15th and 16th, the two Williamses. I don't think they're going to be going anywhere, and I think they will finish probably 14th, 15th, something like that. Alfa Romeo, 12th and 13th of the grid, which is really good grid position, but I don't think they've got the pace to actually finish in the top 10. I think the top 10 runners are way too strong for Alfa Romeo, and that's why I don't think they'll be anywhere near a point today. But again, as I said earlier this weekend, shout out to Zhou Guanyu for out-qualifying Bottas in Friday qualifying and sprint qualifying, because that is something I did not expect. Haas F1, their new upgrade has been absolute wank. And yeah, they're starting from the pit lane after, redoing the setup, breaking Parc Ferme. And yeah, their upgrade just simply hasn't worked, does it? Maybe we'll see more of it in a positive way in Mexico, but yeah, it's added literally nothing to the car. And then for AlphaTauri, Daniel Ricciardo, I thought, had a pretty decent sprint yesterday, finishing in 12th place, was it? Yeah, it was. Obviously qualified in 11th. And they're starting 11th and 14th today with Yuki Tsunoda in 11th, and then Daniel Ricciardo in P14 now on the grid. If there is a DNF or two in the top 10, yeah, I think they'll finish in the points, but with how reliable F1 cars are these days, it's not a guarantee like it used to be 20 years ago. So, yeah, I think they'll probably finish 11th with one of their cars, and then maybe Ricciardo will come in 13th, maybe even P12. But I don't think points are possible on pure performance. They're going to need a bit of luck today, are the AlphaTauri team. But there you go, guys. 1 hour to go until lights out in Texas. And those are all the teams, and that's how I think the race will play out today. So what I want you guys to do now is let me know in the live chat, how do you think things will go today? Give me your at least top 5 race prediction for the US Grand Prix. And as well, there is a poll running in the live chat right now. 179 votes so far on on the question of who do you think will win the 2023 United States Grand Prix today? And your options are Leclerc, Norris, Hamilton, and Verstappen. Out of those four, who do you think wins the US Grand Prix? And in about half an hour, we'll bring Nib on. Do have to say though, which I think I might have said yesterday, and if Nib's listening, then I do have to definitely say this. This Grand Prix is the first Grand Prix that I am streaming on my new PC. So when I bring Nib on, it might not be as easy, or as, in terms of the technical side, it might not be 100% right away in terms of the settings and all of that stuff. But hopefully it should be okay. If there is an issue, if there is an issue, I don't think it will be that hard to fix. But we'll see what happens. But at least when he comes on, we'll have at least half an hour to get it fixed for the race. And yeah, we'll get bringing him on soon enough. But yeah, let's see what you guys have to say in the chat. And of course, if there is any breaking news ahead of the race, I will try and get into it. But yeah, let's get into some of your comments. And of course, if you haven't posted a comment yet, don't be shy. Make sure to post one. And if you want to ask me a question, then make sure to post it. Turbo Power says, like what Verstappen says, sprint races are boring. They take away the race day sparkle. True. Crystal Racing, good to see you, mate, says, I miss the days of 2003 where there were just 16 races and I would fill in the gaps with testing reports, practice, quali, and watching other series like British Touring Cars, MotoGP, IndyCar. Yeah. Well, the thing is, and I know, there's been an increase, a dramatic increase in terms of the calendar size ever since like the mid-2000s. In like 2004, 2005, it was like 17, 18 races, and now it's what? This year it's 22, next year it's going to be 24 races. Apparently the aim is 25. And I actually think with having more races, it actually devalues Formula One, which is actually funny to me because it's pretty obvious what Liberty Media are trying to do with Formula One. They're trying to increase, obviously, viewership, to increase the value of Formula One. Of course, nothing's going to have any value if nobody watches your product or, consumes your product, pays for it, whatever you want to call it. But I think actually having more races makes Formula One less valuable. Because, the more you have of something, eventually you're going to be more quickly bored of it, if that makes any sense, than you would be if there was less of it. I mean, if you go back and look at what the calendar was like in the late 90s and the early 2000s and how it was spaced out, I think, was it 1998? There was like a month's break between the penultimate and the final race. And of course, that year, the championship was decided at the final race of the season. Something that with, social media today, everyone will be up in arms about, complaining about, why have we got a month's break in between the last two races of the season? Let me just confirm if that's true. Yeah, we did. In 98, the Luxembourg Grand Prix, the penultimate race that season, was on the 27th of September, and then the final race in Japan was on the 1st of November. Stuff like that creates a more valuable Formula One because, especially with how Formula One was at the time, people were more excited and eager to see Formula One, especially with that long break. Plus, there was that long break and long run up to finding out who was going to win the 1998 championship. We do have next year a couple breaks. Of course, the summer break, which is typical, but we also have a month's break in between, I think, Singapore and the US Grand Prix. Let me just quickly check that. Yeah. From the Singapore Grand Prix on the 22nd of September next year, the next race after that is this race on the 20th of October. And I think, having less races and maybe at times a bit longer of a gap between races, it makes us less fed up with Formula One, because even when we're having an exciting season, when you've got so many races in such a short amount of time, it can make you dislike something more than you actually do, because you're tired of it. Paulie says sprint races will only work as a separate series with 5 to 10 races in a series separated from F1. But what's again, going back to value, what is the value of a sprint? That's actually what Karun Chandhok tweeted about earlier today, that he thinks we should have a reverse grid sprint championship. Who the fuck wants to win that? Nobody. It has no value at all. And I know you could say, well, in football, you've not just got the Premier League or the Champions League, you've got other competitions, but those competitions have unbelievable amounts of history behind them. Like the FA Cup's been around for 150 years nearly, or possibly has. I can't remember when it started, but it was in the 1800s. If you create a secondary championship or trophy now, nobody's going to care. It's going to add no extra value to Formula One whatsoever. It's going to be like in English football, where you have the Community Shield. It's a trophy, but nobody really classifies it as a trophy. That's what a sprint championship would be. It would be a championship where you would win a trophy, but everyone would know it's not really a championship and it wouldn't count as a championship. So, yeah, I really hope that doesn't happen. Crystal Racing says sprints are like 3-round boxing matches or football cutting matches down to 40 minutes only. Well, what was it? Talking of football, if you remember the European Super League idea that was put out there, I think Florentino Perez, he was the guy who's still trying to kickstart that idea to this day. He wanted to cut the minutes of the game down to like 70 minutes or something, wasn't it? Because he thought, young people are not interested in football anymore, which is complete bullshit. The only reason young people might not be watching football as much, same with F1, is because they have to pay more money to watch it. And, if you need to pay for rent and shit like that, you're not going to pay for Sky Sports subscription over your rent, are you? Or your water bill, your electricity bill. But no, of course, no consideration for that. It just must be because they're bored of the product. Paulie says, I'm amazed that a company can reduce the quality of a product but still make more dollars at the end result when companies do this to a product is destroying the overall product. Well, what they're doing essentially is, and I will admit, I'm not an economist. Just want to make sure I say that word correctly. I'm not a money guy. I'm not, I don't have a degree in economics or anything like that. So please don't be seriously listening to me when it comes to economic stuff. But if I was just to share my take on it, what they're doing is just typical American style capitalism where they're trying to make as much money as possible, regardless of how it affects the quality of the product. And, in some industries, it doesn't affect the quality of the product too much, but in some industries, it affects it to the point where it's unrecognizable from what it used to be that everyone loved. And then you get less people loving it. There's a great video that you guys should go and watch after this stream and after the race by probably my favorite content creator on YouTube called Urinating Tree. And he did a video about NASCAR and the basically complete falling off of NASCAR. And it's very similar to certain things we're seeing in Formula One, where they just fucked around with the format and the way things were done in NASCAR. The way things were done back then were done for good reason because they worked, to the point where the viewership for NASCAR just dropped off. The stands would be half empty at NASCAR races. They had, was it a cup series and just a load of bullshit, make it so complicated and convoluted that nobody could bear to watch anymore. And they basically killed it dead compared to what it used to be like. Because NASCAR, obviously a lot of people know about NASCAR, but NASCAR 25 years ago was absolutely massive. But now it is a shell of what it used to be. And that's, at the minute, that's the way Formula One's heading. And I know you may say, well, the drop in viewership in the last couple of years is temporary. We don't know that. It may, those 2021 numbers, they may never come back. They may come back in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, or never. There's no guarantee that those peaks are going to be seen again. But, right. Let me get into a few more comments in regards to this. Gravel says the sprint puts more butts in the seats for the tracks. Ultimately, it's for the tracks to make some more direct money. I don't think that is true. I don't think the sprints do put more butts in seats. I don't believe that's true. I think maybe certain promoters will use this particular these particular numbers in a way to maybe argue that they are putting more butts in seats. But I think because qualifying has been moved to a Friday now, and qualifying, of course, is such an important session, yes, maybe more people are attending per day than they are with no sprint race. But that's only because qualifying has been moved to a Friday. If you had qualifying for the race on Sunday on a Saturday and the sprint race on a Saturday, I don't think you would see that much of an increase in ticket sales. And from what I think a couple people on Twitter yesterday were saying that even the US Grand Prix organizers, I don't think that the sprint race being here this weekend has actually led to more ticket sales. Don't know if that's true, so don't quote me on it. But I don't think that's true. Right. Drew Blank Music says a television viewer, casual fan or not, is much more likely to watch the Saturday competition of sprint race than a mundane FP3 session. Same goes for Friday shootout over FP2. That is true, but that is only true if the sprint race is exciting. If it's not exciting, they'll tune in and then they'll think, well, this is shit. Whether they think this particular race is shit or F1 is shit, and then they will either tune in less or they won't tune in ever again. Because that's the impression you'll give them. And yeah, it's better, or more people are going to watch, qualifying on a Friday as opposed to FP2. That is true, but that doesn't mean that it makes for an overall better, better quality weekend format and product. So I see what you mean, but that is only true if the sprint races are consistently good, which they're not. Most of them have had very particular reasons for being notable in certain ways. A lot of them have been pretty forgetful. So, yeah. And I think because there is, what do you call it? There are sprint races in MotoGP, but the difference is in MotoGP is the racing is a lot closer in MotoGP. And the competition's a lot closer, and that's why the racing in MotoGP tends to be closer and more exciting a lot of the time than Formula One. And that's why the sprint races work well, because they're exciting to watch. Even if you don't like the format, they're exciting to watch on a consistent basis. But with Formula One sprint races, most of the time they're just bang average, races that don't really add anything to your life at all. But yeah. Mickey says they sold sprints as making the Saturdays better for the fans trackside when they first came in. Well, I will admit I've never been to a Grand Prix where there was a sprint weekend. The only Grand Prix I've been to was like nearly 10 years ago. I'm hoping to go to a Grand Prix next season, but that particular Grand Prix is probably not going to have a sprint race, so I can't really comment on that. But I mean, maybe it makes it better, but I don't think it makes it gigantically better. I don't think it's a massively better thing. But yeah, I'll try and read out some predictions quickly, as I don't want it all to all the talk to be about the sprint race. Crystal Racing says it'll be Max winning from Lewis, Russell, Perez, and Leclerc. Mickey says Max, Lewis, Norris, Leclerc, Perez. There was a few others here. Yeah, there was a few others predictions wise before, but I don't think I can find them. But if you have posted them, but I just can't find them, then try and post them again, and I'll make sure to read it out. Frank Trigg says in future to make money, they'll have the fans voting for a choice of grid orders. Press 1 to reverse the grid. Yeah, well, that's my fear, is that we're heading basically in the Formula E direction of fan boost, which if we have fan boost, I will stop watching Formula One. End of story. Fan boost is it turns Formula One into a complete joke, and that's why I don't watch Formula E. I know I don't think do Formula E have fan boost anymore. I don't know if they do or not, but even if they don't anymore, I'm still not going to watch, because they ruined the prospect of me watching it by having that. And the what was the other one they had, where if you deliberately drove through a certain zone, you got some sort of fucking Mario Kart boost? What was that? I can't remember exactly what it was called. But I know fan boost was basically you had more like push to pass than the other person if the fans wanted you to have that. But I'm just hoping that doesn't happen, because we need to keep Formula One a sport. Because if we turn Formula One into basically WWE wrestling, and don't get me wrong, I'm not as much as I used to be, but I am a WWE fan. But I know what WWE is. You know what I mean? Formula One, at its core, is a sport where things are earned. We cannot turn it into just a fucking TV show where any sort of results and entertainment is just manufactured and, manipulated. We cannot turn it into that, because if we do, Formula One is dead if we do that. Extreme Gaming asks, do you think that the sprint format will be changed? Maybe introducing the reverse grid will make it more exciting for the quality of it because the sprints are either amazing or very bland. If you're going to do a sprint, as much as I hate them, if you're going to do it, then do a reverse grid. Do what, they do in Formula 2 and Formula 3. Reverse the top 10. I wouldn't reverse the entire grid because I think that just makes it too Mickey Mouse if you do that. And it completely removes the, whole sporting merit of, doing good qualifying laps. Say if you did a sprint shootout, what's the point of, what's the point of being quick if you're just going to get reversed to the back anyway? But yeah, if you're going to do the sprint format, do it exactly like Formula 2 does it. Because even though, and maybe I've said this before, but the more I've thought about it, I probably would change my mind now. I don't even like the sprint format in F2 or F3, really. The only reason I watch F2 and F3 sprint races is because F2 and F3 are that exciting on their own that it doesn't really matter if it's a sprint race or not. And if they had a secondary race which was just another feature race, I would just watch that anyway. I don't really, I'm not watching F2 sprint races because it's a sprint race. I just watch it because it's Formula 2. Even though I'm not really a big fan of reversing grids. But again, if you're gonna do the sprint race and go the full way with it. And then if people still hate it, then fucking get rid of it. But don't water it down. Because if you're gonna water down a bad idea, it becomes even fucking worse. McLaren from Race says Lewis, Max, Lando for their top three. Menace One the Goat says Lewis, Max, Lando if George holds Max up. Aline says Verstappen, Norris, Leclerc, Hamilton, Piastri. Regara says Norris, Leclerc, Verstappen in third. That's a surprising prediction. Hamilton, Sainz. Mickey says it was the same as fan boost, but they had to drive on a slow part of the track. I doubt F1 will do that. Yeah, let's hope so. Mickey says, for me, I would do the main Grand Prix on Saturday, then on Sunday, do a sprint with the team's third drivers. That way it doesn't affect F1 Drivers' Championship. The fans get to see how good the third drivers are. Or you could just keep the sprint on the Saturday and do the reserve drivers in that race and then have the Sunday main event still be what it is today. But even that, I don't think would make a difference because it'd be the same format. The only difference would be you'd have, no disrespect, lower quality drivers racing, which wouldn't necessarily make for a better quality race. But to be honest, my view is, in terms of the ideal format, I would actually like it if they actually went full time with the format they did a couple times in 2020, the 2-day weekend, where they would have one practice session on a Saturday morning / lunchtime and then qualifying and then the race on a Sunday. I liked that a lot. And if you're going to do a new format that is different from the usual one, I still would stick with the usual one. But if you're going to do a new format, I would rather the 2-day weekend than anything to do with the sprint race. But yeah. Liberty Media, they've dug their hole. Now they need to lay in it. Yanni says everyone that supports sprint racing must be arrested. I'm not quite that far gone just yet. McLaren from races reverse the entire grid for Monaco only. That would be entertaining in quali lol. Frank Triggs says Sainz would be better in the main race. He saved his mediums, maybe. I don't think I made that much of a difference though. Menace on the go asks, do you think George will hold Max up if it means Lewis might get the win? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Depends how he's feeling. So, yeah, we'll see whether that does happen. To be honest, I don't think he'll have much of a choice. Will Russell, because Max will pass him at some point anyway, so it's not going to make a massive difference to Max's race, because Russell's pace is pretty poor this weekend. And in the race today, Max is probably going to be like a second a lap quicker than him anyway, so yeah. But before I bring Nib on, who I can see is in the chat now. Oh yeah, now you are in the chat. I'll just say what I said earlier again. This is the first race weekend I'm doing on a new PC, so when you join, do bear with if there is any issues. It should be fine, but if there is any issues, just, yeah, we'll try and fix whatever it is. But I've got everything set up how it was on the other PC, I think. So it should be okay. But before I bring him on in a couple minutes' time, I'm just going to post the link of the stream out a couple more times, and then we'll get into this last 30 minutes of build-up. Remember, still a poll running at the top of the live chat. If you haven't voted on it yet, make sure to do so. Who do you think is going to win the US Grand Prix? Verstappen, Hamilton, Leclerc, or Norris? Let me know in this next 35 minutes. Come join us here to watch along the 2023 United States GP. And I'll just post it out on Twitter as well, and also look for any little pieces of news. Right. Yeah, let me just quickly post this out. Come join us here to watch along the US GP. And there you go. Nib saying, I wonder why everything looks smoother. Yeah, well, yes, thankfully, I'm actually able now to stream in high definition. Because on the old one, I was streaming in, what was it, 20 frames per second? And now I'm streaming in 60. So, yeah. And it's all, so far, it's all been good. So, yeah, let's hope that, that it, you know, stays all good. But yeah, I think I'll get ready now to bring you on, as Martin Brundle is about to do his grid walk, so we know it's about time. As Crystal Race is saying in the chat, Ferrari gonna Ferrari again, probably. And also, quickly, if you haven't hit the like button yet, make sure to do so. We're on 73 likes. Let's try and get up to 80. 80 plus if we can before the end, or before the race gets underway. But yeah, let me just get a couple final things ready. And then hopefully on Discord, my mic settings have not dramatically changed, or else we've got a problem. Right, are you there?
Hello.
Oh, great. Hold on. I can't hear you.
You can't hear me. Oh, that's not good. I can hear you.
Hold on. I don't know Yeah, you're saying you can hear me. Can you hear him, chat? Can you hear Nib or no?
Hello, chat.
Let
I
me
hope
know
you can hear me.
if you can or not. Right, hold on. Yeah, let me know, guys, in the chat if you can hear Nib or not. If
Well, the stream can definitely hear me
right,
because I've just heard
so
my voice.
the stream can hear you, but I can't, which I've never had before. So hold on. Right, so keep speaking. Right. Right, I'll try and get this. Nib's volume could be a tiny bit louder. Well, it'd be nice if I could hear him first, so let me try and one of your Discord settings, right?
Yeah, cheers,
what would it
Brabham,
be?
for that.
Right, I think I can hear you now. Yeah, there you are. Hold on, actually, hold on, because now, right, go on.
Hello.
Yeah, now,
Can you now hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, I can hear you and stream can hear you now.
Very good. The streamer trying to make me sing. I'm certainly not going to do that.
Yeah, well, if there's any other issues, then make sure to let us know in the chat, but it sounds okay to me. Rook saying in the chat that Nib is a bit quiet compared to your voice. My end, Chazza. I don't know if it sounds louder for me than him, but sounds okay on my end. So we'll see. But how are you doing, first of all?
Doing pretty well.
Yeah.
I mean, watched a pretty good football match before with Villa and West Ham, and yeah, now on to watching the first bit of Formula One that I've watched all weekend, because I've not watched a single second. I didn't watch the sprint. I didn't watch any of the quali. I didn't watch any of the practice because, I mean, the time is a little bit shit.
Yeah.
And everything's just been obviously a little bit later. But yeah, looking forward to this, even though the sprint, of course, might have spoiled what happens already.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't blame you for obviously missing the sprint. I mean, even the timing here in the UK was shit. It was like 11
was on at midnight, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, 11 p.m. Yeah, which on a Saturday night for people in Europe is pretty shit for it to be basically on at midnight. But yeah, nobody. If anyone did miss it, you didn't miss really anything. Nothing really that dramatic happened. But yeah, we'll just go through a few of the talking points quickly. Obviously, I know you haven't watched anything so far. Obviously, Max Verstappen won yesterday, but he's starting in 6th. We know why he's starting in 6th, because he had his time deleted, which I think he had that earlier this season where his time was deleted. I can't remember which race it was where he had a time deleted at the very end of the session, but he's starting back in 6th. Red Bull and him, they've got way too much pace over everybody else. We know what's going to happen. He's going to win. There's no doubt about it. Unless something crazy happens, Max Verstappen and Red Bull are going to win today. What lap do you anticipate him getting into the lead? I reckon it'll probably be lap 20-ish.
15 was what come to my mind straight away. So
yeah. I wouldn't say there's that bad of a chance of that happening, to be honest. You'd imagine Russell, he could probably pass first lap, and then Sainz probably by lap 5, and then after that it's what, Leclerc Hamilton, or Leclerc Norris Hamilton. So yeah, there's probably a pretty good chance of that. But you know, with Verstappen starting in 6th, it doesn't mean we've got a very exciting top 5. 3 different cars in the top 3, a Ferrari on pole, McLaren 2nd, and a Mercedes in 3rd. It's actually the first time McLaren have been on the front row of the grid here I think since the first ever race here in 2012, which Lewis Hamilton won, I think he was on the front row for that race. I can't remember, to be honest. Yeah, so it should be an exciting start. What are you, before Verstappen does his inevitable, do you think there is a chance of possible collisions into turn one between Leclerc, Norris, Hamilton? Of course, we saw it last year with Sainz and Russell. What do you think is going to happen up to that first corner?
Yeah, of course, contact can happen here at turn one. It's so tight, and I mean, that's the great thing about this is because the entry is, of course, so wide, and then the actual turn itself is so narrow. Of course, it does give plenty of opportunity for the drivers to collide into each other. So, probably destined to happen. Perhaps not as extreme as last year, where we had, was it Sainz that went spinning around?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm expecting contact because that's just what happens. As Martin is having quite a good walk so far, isn't he?
Yeah, every person he turns a corner and he's, face to face with a megastar, not
Yeah.
Damon Hill.
Well, yeah, megastar Mark Webber,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I have to say though, how come Damon's on the grid but he's not been on the coverage, I don't think, this weekend at all. So it's very weird that he's on the grid but he's not part of
Um,
the team. Unless he's not with them
Probably
anymore.
because Jensen could do this weekend,
Yeah.
and Jensen hasn't been on in a while, has he? So
No.
maybe because of that.
But yeah, last year was Sainz and Russell. Normally, though, contacts into turn one normally take place in the mid pack, like from, I don't know, 6th to like 10th, something like that. Of course, that's where Verstappen is on the grid. So we'll see if we can keep out of harm's way on the first lap. Couple other from qualifying things to go through is with Sergio Perez starting in ninth. Obviously, it's not a good position. Max is starting 6th. We know why, because of he went just a bit too wide at the penultimate corner in qualifying. But given that Red Bull have not been, at least in qualifying, that quick compared to the other teams, do we allow him a bit of an excuse, or is ninth place just completely unacceptable for you?
Well, I mean, I haven't even seen Max's mistake from quali, but I saw the tweets because I got Medland's notifications on. But I mean, just looking at the times, that's probably one of his better performances of
Yeah.
recent times, isn't it? Certainly his best performance over the last month and a bit. So, I mean, in that sense, yes, better, step in the right direction, but still ninth when Max would have Max been on pole without the deleted time or second?
He would have been on pole by 5 thousandths of a second.
Right. So I mean, still like 4 tenths off. Probably should be doing a bit better, but yeah, certainly a step in the right direction.
Yeah. Talking of Perez and Red Bull, though, there's been in the last couple of weeks a couple big stories of them. One is it's been a rumor. At the minute,
Mm.
it doesn't sound like it's necessarily going to happen. There's been one rumor that he could announce his retirement next weekend in Mexico. There's also the other rumor that Perez has to finish second in the championship. He's been given an ultimatum, essentially, is what the rumor is, that if he doesn't finish in second, then he'll be out of the team and Ricciardo will probably be put in. And then we have the other rumor about the internal struggles possibly going on at Red Bull. For Perez, though, do you think that ultimatum, do you think that actually has happened? Christian Horner has denied it, but we know his word is not very reliable. Do you think that is legitimately true, that if he doesn't finish second in the championship, he's only 27 points clear now of Hamilton after the sprint? Do you think he will be dropped if he finishes in third for the season?
Yeah, yeah, I do. I think that's very real. I think the him retiring in Mexico nonsense, but I can see that ultimatum certainly being the case. I mean, with how dominant Red Bull's car is, he has no excuse not finish second in the championship.
Hmm.
And It's the minimum he has to do, and if he fails to do that, I can absolutely see Perez being booted.
Yeah, I mean, 27 points with 5 races to go. If he continues like what we saw from him in Japan and Qatar, where he was pathetic, then Hamilton will probably overtake him. But as I said, I think beginning of this weekend, and I've said it a couple times, he just needs a couple good weekends and he'll finish in second. He doesn't need to be great at every weekend because of how good the car is. And he had a decent sprint race yesterday, finishing in 5th. But yeah, we'll see what he can do from 9th. The other rumour, though, is that apparently there's a struggle going on within the team, and Christian Horner is briefing the English media that apparently a couple of the new higher-ups at Red Bull want to get rid of Helmut Marko, and there's also been a rumour that Verstappen has said that if Marko goes, he goes. We talked about this a few days ago. I don't think this is true. I'm not going to say it's absolutely 0% true, because you never know, but I don't see this happening. Maybe Marko, because of how old he is, will retire at the end of the season, and maybe take a step back maybe next year. But surely, what do you think? Do you think there's any possibility that this is actually true?
Well, I think the part that which Verstappen supports Helmut Marko is true, because that very reliable Dutch journalist did tweet out that Verstappen supports Marko, but I just don't believe that there's a big massive power struggle going on within Red Bull. Of course, I'm sure people in Red Bull aren't very happy with sort of the comments that Marko has made over the past month or so, especially the comments with Perez. I mean, that was pretty ridiculous, wasn't it? So
Yeah.
I could see it perhaps being true in that case, that some higher ups want him to calm down a little bit. But I mean, it's Helmut Marko. He's not going to calm down that much. It's just who he is, unfortunately, at times. And yeah, I think people got a little bit bored. I think the combination of no race, football international break has got the better of people on this one, I think.
Yeah, possibly. I think because obviously what he said about Perez was, was terrible. It was horrible PR, obviously, for Red Bull, the team, and the brand. I think we could see maybe a forced retirement of Helmut Marko, where they basically say, you can either go out gracefully, or more so gracefully, and just retire, or we can just basically get rid of you. Maybe that is what's going on. Maybe they're trying to force that issue by the end of the season. We'll have to see. But yeah, I would be surprised with, and I know I said a moment ago with Christian Horner, he's not the most reliable person in terms of what he says to the media, but I'd be surprised if he's kind of stabbing Marko in the back to the media. I'd be very surprised by that, because they've been working together for nearly 20 years. They, started working together, end of 2004. So yeah, it'd be definitely a sad way for it all to end. I mean, obviously, if that whole, what Marko said about Perez, if that's what's really kicked it off, then Marko has himself to blame a bit, but it would still be a sad way for it to end, because without Horner and Marko, part of this whole project, I don't think Red Bull would be anywhere near where they are at the moment. So yeah, we'll see if any of that does transpire to become true. We'll quickly go through a couple other things before we get into this race. Have you seen anything about Aston Martin? I'm sure you've seen they're really been shit this weekend. They've had really bad brake issues as well, and yeah, they're both starting from the pit lane. And what is it?
Although Lance Stroll forgot about that.
Yeah. What do you call it? Stroll's running the new floor that they brought here, and Alonso's running the old one, and they've basically said that this is a test session, which is just so depressing how they've obviously fallen off. We've said it a million times how they've fallen off from being the second best team to where they are now, but literally using the US Grand Prix that a few months ago, if they came here, they would have been super competitive. Now they're using it as a literal test session. It's just incredible how far they've fallen. And then you got Haas, who are just absolutely abysmal, which is a bit of karma, I would say, after all the shit they've been saying about Andretti in the last couple of weeks about how, what could Andretti bring that Haas don't, is essentially what they've been saying, which is just complete bullshit. I mean, Haas don't bring really that much to Formula One. They're, it's good that they are on the grid. They're an extra team, but they don't bring much more than that. And then, with the other teams, they're just looking as mediocre as they normally do. So going into the race, we've got 14 minutes to go. The American anthem now playing at Austin. What's your top 5 prediction for today?
Top 5. Okay, I'm gonna go for Max Verstappen to win the Grand Prix. Shocker. I'm gonna say Charles Leclerc will finish in 2nd. Lando Norris in 3rd. No. Hang on, I scrapped that. Take it back. So Verstappen in 1st, Hamilton 2nd, Leclerc in 3rd, Norris 4th, and Sainz in 5th. So pretty boring, but that's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah, my top 5 from earlier was what? Max to win, Norris 2nd, Hamilton 3rd, Leclerc 4th, and Russell in 5th. I will admit, though, after the weekend Russell has had, I'm not exactly super confident that Russell is going to be in the top 5 because he's had a pretty poor weekend. Obviously, yesterday on track finished 7th, then got relegated to 8th because he had a 5-second penalty for passing Piastri off the track in what was such a stupid moment in the sprint where he literally just, it was exit of turn 15, he just drove off the track and went round Piastri, who was pretty slow in the first few laps and in general was pretty slow, which I think was because of damage. And then Mercedes and Russell were saying, that he was forced off the track, which I have no idea what planet they're on to think that is what happened, but that was their take at the time. Hopefully they revised that after the race, because when you watch it back, it's not even close to what actually happened. But, right, we've got just over 10 minutes left. So let's go through some final comments before we get into this race. Prank says it'll be Verstappen winning from Norris, Hamilton, Perez, Leclerc. In terms of how loud Nib is, again, he sounds fine to me, but after the race, I'll, go back and listen and see if maybe for future I can make it slightly louder. But again, to me, sounds absolutely fine. Mickey says Marco seems like the kind of guy to work until he dies. That's pretty brutal to say. Himesh says, I wonder if Russell is going to hold off Max. Maybe. We'll see. Himesh also saying Russell must start on softs, Lewis on hards. I don't think that's the right thing to do. We saw the soft tyres yesterday. Weren't really that good after, 4 or 5 laps. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. I just saw someone talk about Pirelli in the chat. That was another thing I don't think I mentioned at all. Or did I mention it a couple of weeks ago? I can't remember. Pirelli have got the new tyre contract until the end of 2027, I believe. But BBC Sport, who reported this, they understand that Pirelli, that will be their last contract as tyre supplier. Which, if that is the case, then that would bring to an end, 16 years? I think they do have an option, though, to be supplier still in 2028, so we'll see if they stick around another year. But Pirelli winning the new contract for the period of 2025, 2026, and 2027.
2011 was their first year, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
That's fine. Sarah Gar says, how do you guys think McLaren will do? Yeah, they'll be fine. Not as good as they were a couple of weeks ago, but they'll still be good. McLaren from races Hamilton, Verstappen, Norris. Blade Rise says Norris, Verstappen, Hamilton, Leclerc, Russell. See if I can find any other comments here. Actually, one thing we can quickly touch on is because I saw you liked my tweet earlier about the whole sprint race thing. With the sprint, obviously we've said a million times it's shit, but if they're going to keep it round, do you think they should do a total reverse grid sprint race, or as Karun suggested on Twitter, which I completely disagreed with, setting up a sprint championship, which would be like F1's version of the Community Shield? It'd be completely useless competition. Do you, if they're going to keep it round, do you think they should do reverse grids or not? Or, maybe even go for a championship? What do you think?
I think reverse from the top 10. If they're going to do it every race, make it like F2 at least.
Yeah, I think doing the whole grid would be way too much, and I don't think there's much clamour to see Logan Sargent start a race on pole position. To be honest,
exactly.
But at least with the top 10, as you see in F2, you still have to do well to get into the top 10. Because we see in F2 that in qualifying, if you have like a really bad qualifying and you're down in 15th, 16th, it can affect your weekend, and at least there is some sporting merit to it still. Not as much as there is now, but as I said a few minutes ago, if you're going to have the sprint, you may as well have some sort of reverse grid top 10. But I don't think in F1 even that's going to really be that successful, because in F2, I think, as I said a few minutes ago before Niv came on, the F2 sprint race, people watch the F2 sprint race because F2 is just naturally exciting, more so than because it's a sprint race. And as well, with the F2 cars being, obviously close, very, very close on performance, and all the drivers being close on performance, it makes for a lot more of an exciting race in general. So I don't even think a reverse top 10 would really work that much. Let's find a couple more comments from you guys, and then we'll get into the final couple of things before lights out. Vinster says reverse grid would be cool. Mikey says Verstappen, Hamilton, Norris, top 3. Super Kev says only a Red Bull engine fire can save us. And let me see if there's anything else I can find quickly. And no, don't think I can. So what I'll do just quickly is finish up this poll in the live chat. I asked you guys a couple hours ago, who did you think was going to win the US Grand Prix? 321 votes, and you guys have voted for Max Verstappen with 61% of the vote, Hamilton second, Leclerc third, and Lando Norris in fourth. Of course, we'll get into the starting grid in a moment, but let me just quickly, before we get into a final couple of things for the race, quickly say, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe. We do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix, and we'll be doing so, obviously, next weekend in Mexico and the weekend after in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And then we've got a couple of races even after that in Vegas and Abu Dhabi. So make sure to subscribe to the channel to keep up to date with everything going on in F1. And for everybody watching right now, make sure to smash that like button. We're on 86 likes. let's try and if we can, and get up to 100 likes by the time the race gets underway. But let me hide that timer, get into a couple final things here. So here are the championship standings after the sprint going into this race. Max Verstappen, of course, already the champion. Sergio Perez in second. Lewis Hamilton a bit closer in third, with Alonso fourth, Sainz fifth, Leclerc sixth, and then Norris in seventh, Russell eighth, Piastri ninth, Gasly up into the top 10 now ahead of Lance Stroll. And on the constructor side, Red Bull, of course, the champions. Mercedes only 27 points clear of Ferrari, still close in the battle for second. Aston Martin fourth, only 6 points clear of McLaren, with Alpine in sixth. Williams seventh, Alfa Romeo eighth. Home team today, Haas in ninth. And AlphaTauri still at the bottom of the championship. But let's get into your starting grid for the 2023 United States Grand Prix. On the front row, I think for the first time ever, it is Charles Leclerc and Lando Norris. On the second row, it's Lewis Hamilton and Carlos Sainz. On the third row, two drivers who have collided recently before, George Russell and Max Verstappen. On the fourth row of the grid, the two Alpines are Pierre Gasly and Esteban Ocon. Completing the top 10, Sergio Perez and Oscar Piastri in the McLaren. And then just outside of the top 10, Yuki Tsunoda in the AlphaTauri and Zhou Guanyu in the Alfa Romeo. And then you've got Valtteri Bottas and Daniel Ricciardo 13th and 14th. Two drivers who have been on the podium here before. Bottas, of course, won here in Mercedes' last win here in Texas. 15th and 16th, the two last cars that will be on the grid. Two Williamses of Alexander Albon and Logan Sargent. And then starting from the pit lane in this order will be Kevin Magnussen in 17th, Hülkenberg 18th, Alonso 19th, and Lance Stroll starting in 20th. That is your grid for this US Grand Prix. And let me just hide that tyre graphics. We don't know the tyres quite yet. Of course, it will be a 56-lap US Grand Prix. And normally, the US Grand Prix is good, but let's hope this one can deliver another interesting one again. Of course, last year we had a great battle between Verstappen and Hamilton for the win, and same the year before. Maybe we'll get the same today, and we'll find out the starting compounds very soon. As it is much hotter, well, not much hotter, but definitely hotter now than it was at the start of the sprint yesterday. It was 5 p.m. local time when the sprint started yesterday, and there was a bit more cloud cover. And now it is full-blown sunny and earlier in the day. So tyres will suffer more in this extra heat, which of course will not help our pole position man, Charles Leclerc, in the Ferrari. And they're just going through on the screen the last few cars on the starting grid graphic. And yeah, I'm pretty sure Leclerc and Norris have never been on the front row of the grid for a Formula One race before. I might be wrong, but I can't remember it being that way before. As they're about to take off the tyre covers on Max's Red Bull. He has started a lot lower down than 6th before and easily won. So I'm sure this will be not much trouble for him. There is Carlos Sainz. Now we look at Lewis Hamilton, who normally is great around here, but he hasn't actually won the US Grand Prix in 6 years. And of course, Lando Norris in second has never won a race. With Leclerc on pole. Last time he won a race was of July in 2022, about a year and a half ago. As they're just about to take the tyre blankets off. I can see I think the Williams is at the back are on medium compound tyres. Looks like almost everyone is on mediums.
Just quickly on Leclerc's helmet. It's the worst helmet I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, yeah, it's not great. Definitely not one he should ever show to the world again. I thought I don't know if you saw Joe's helmet. He had
That's
a good
class.
one. Yeah, it's like a basketball
Yeah.
helmet, I think, wasn't it? Something like that. As a formation lap now underway, and yeah, everyone is on the medium compound tyre except for Nico Hulkenberg and Lance Stroll, who of course are both starting from the pit lane. So let me just update that, and then I'll get it displayed up on screen. There you go. So therefore on the medium except for Hulkenberg and Stroll, and yeah, it will only be 16 cars on the grid, which at least gives us the opportunity to get through turn 1 with a better chance of no collision. As they're just going through the beginning now of the middle sector on this formation lap. And Leclerc, of course, he's never started this race on pole. The highest he started here before, I think, was 4th a couple of years ago. So, and he hasn't started on pole, Leclerc, since Baku. As Pierre Gasly there's getting a good well wishes message there from Anthony Joshua on the radio, which not quite sure about. As Leclerc and Norris come down to turn 12. But yeah, the medium compound tyre yesterday, for most people, seemed to cope fine. But again, with this extra heat, maybe it'll be a bit harder.
Apparently, everyone's starting on the mediums apart from Hulkenberg and Stroll, who are starting on the hards.
As we can see there, yeah, the two passes at the end of the pit lane. Aston Martin, can't quite see them yet. And as well, I called it during the Qatar race, but I want to say as well, because I just showed it on screen, congratulations to McLaren, because they broke the world record for the fastest ever pit stop in Qatar, 1.8 seconds. Brilliant from them.
Bet Webber's pit stop record here,
yeah,
which was 1.82.
Yeah, that was, I think, 10 years ago. I think 10 or 11 years ago, something like that. I think it was 1.80, dead on. And I think they showed it earlier as well in the broadcast. Absolutely superb. As
2013.
Yeah.
As
the car's now coming onto the grid. And we've got most of the cars now on the pit straight. Leclerc and Norris now just lining up. And now they're showing Daniel Ricciardo's had an okay weekend. He's starting in 14th. He had a decent day yesterday. 11th in sprint quali. And had a couple bits of racing with Lance Stroll, as well as the final few cars line up. So, Leclerc has never been on pole here before. Can he lead into turn 1 as the lights are now on? It's 3, 4, 5 lights. And a long wait, and it's go now in Texas, and Norris has got a very good start. He's got the inside line. Hamilton's had a good start as well, but Lando Norris leads in Texas by a country mile. Leclerc nowhere near him, as Hamilton's not had a great start. Carlos Sainz is up to 3rd. Max is up to 5th. As all contact. Piastri has come out of nowhere and got up to 6th place, and contact, wheel-to-wheel contact there with, I think, Pierre Gasly in the Alpine, but they are away as Piastri now climbing all over the back of Verstappen. What a start from Oscar Piastri. And Russell is behind the Alpine, so Russell's had a poor start as he tries to go for a move into the hairpin, and he's actually going to set up for a switchback as Sergio Perez is just behind. It's actually Ocon in the Alpine that I think had contact there with Piastri. So it's Norris leading from Leclerc 2nd, Sainz 3rd, Hamilton 4th, Verstappen 5th, And then Piastri.
I'm pretty sure it's Piastri going over the curb, by the way. No contact.
Right. As Leclerc and Sainz quite close to each other. As Logan Sargent has already been overtaken by Magnussen, who started in the pit lane. And it's Piastri, up to 6th. Ocon is 7th. Russell 8th. Perez is 9th. And Gasly is 10th. And then you've got Zhou 11th. Tsunoda 12th. Ricciardo 13th. Albon 14th. Bottas 15th. Magnussen 16th. Sargent 17th. Alonso 18th. And Hülkenberg and Stroll at the back on the hard compound tyres, as both Perez and Russell right up behind Ocon as we now are on to lap 2 of 56. And surely Russell is going to try and send it into turn 1, but he can't, as Hamilton really close to Sainz through the middle of turn 1. But let me just update that, the 2 at the bottom are on the hard tyres, and then everyone from 18th up is on medium compound tyres as they all settle down. And what a start Norris has had. He's 2 seconds clear of Charles Leclerc. This is exactly what he needs to do if he is going to win this race and take his first win in Formula 1, as Max Verstappen in 5th, already 4.5 seconds off the lead, as Russell still diving around desperately to pass the Alpine of Ocon, and Gasly right up behind Perez. And surely Russell will get this move done down into turn 12. Ocon is going to defend. And will Russell get it done? No, he won't. Ocon quite a bit later on the brakes, but Russell now gets the better exit, but not good enough to get past, as Valtteri Bottas has passed Alex Albon for 14th, and there is a gigantic train behind Esteban Ocon, which I'm a bit surprised about. As Ocon's saying we've got side pod damage, that's probably why, because I was going to say, so far this weekend, Alpine have actually been pretty quick. As Russell still harrying Ocon, as Norris now on lap 3, 2.4 seconds clear.
Oh, never mind. There was obviously contact with Oscar.
Yeah, I thought I saw tyre smoke. That's what I thought. I thought it was just tyre to tyre, but clearly they got a bit more than that. As Norris done a fastest lap of 141.9, and working out a bit luckier for Oscar than yesterday, where he had a contact with Sainz at the start, right off the line, as turn 1 incident involving Russell noted for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. He had a 5-second penalty for that yesterday. We'll have to see whether he's done the same thing again. As now down to the hairpin. Russell, he's not going to send it. Or now he is. And Ocon, though, is going to just again get the better exit and maybe try and get back past him going down to turn 12. But Russell has got the DRS. Ocon still following in the slipstream. Perez going to try and overtake the pair of them into turn 12. And Perez, did he pass Ocon? Yes, he does. So it is Russell up to 7th, Perez 8th, Ocon 9th, Gasly 10th. If Ocon does have side pod damage, he needs to let his teammate through, who's now just behind him in 10th. And Gasly, all over the back of him. As Max Verstappen in 5th, by the way, not really pressurising Hamilton too much. He's about 2nd behind, now 1.1 seconds behind, as Gasly surely has got to overtake Ocon into turn 1 in a moment. And Gasly saying, tell Esteban not to make me lose time, as Hamilton has a look at Sainz into the first corner, but it was too late to make a move as we're on lap 4 of 56, and Carlos Sainz is holding back Hamilton from possibly getting after the cars ahead, as Ocon has been overtaken now by Gasly and Yuki Tsunoda, who's passed Zhou and Ocon now. So it's Ocon 11th, Zhou 12th, Ricciardo in 13th. Albon is back up to 14th. And the rest of the field is as is. So, Lando Norris out front, leading comfortably by 2.5 seconds as Lewis Hamilton has got a great run on Carlos Sainz onto the back straight. We saw the Ferrari in qualifying was 7 kilometers an hour quicker, but even that can't help Ferrari as Hamilton up to third place. Runs a slight bit wide, but Carlos Sainz will not be able to use that to get back past. So Hamilton is up to third, and Zhou has passed Ocon. Ocon is basically out of this race because he's got too much damage as he now drops down to 14th, with Ricciardo up to 12th place. And here's a replay of the start, and eventually when it gets to you, Nib, I'll let you take us through it.
Yes, but well, the benefit of being 10 to 15 seconds behind you is I could just watch Piastri from the start, and basically he took he basically went over the sausage curb at turn 1 to try and get the switch back on everyone, and it worked perfectly. But as you called live, Leclerc, horrible start. Norris very good, then covered off the inside line, and Piastri just watches all the chaos unfold, takes a much tighter line than the two Alpines who were squabbling over each other, as well as Russell, and he just drove clean around the outside of Ocon, who perhaps didn't even know he was there, which is where the contact occurred. As we're now on board with Carlos Sainz, as shows Hamilton trying to come across. And Sainz doesn't do what Hamilton did to Rosberg in 2015 and barge him off the track. He keeps it on the track as on board now with Verstappen, who is started 6th and is now up into 5th. He tried to go the wide way around. He had to. He was off the track for a moment there with Hamilton, and just had Hamilton back ahead of him, and pretty routine at the front, really.
Yeah, not as close as I thought he could have got, as Max Verstappen just a moment ago passing Carlos Sainz at turn 12, which of course it was inevitable because the Red Bull a lot quicker, as Esteban Ocon has now fallen to the back of the field, and surely they're going to pull him in to retire him very quickly. Ocon in 20th, as we're now on lap 6 of 56. Lando Norris is leading by 3.2 seconds from Charles Leclerc. Lewis Hamilton is right on Leclerc's tail, so Ferrari are really struggling for pace here, which I saw coming, to be honest. I think it's not really that hard to guess with them. It's a common occurrence at this point. So Hamilton right on Leclerc's tail, Verstappen now 4th, Sainz 5th, Piastri a couple seconds behind Sainz in 6th, and then it's Russell 7th, Perez 8th, Gasly 9th, Tsunoda 10th. And then you've got Zhou, Ricciardo, Albon, Bottas, Magnussen, Sargent, Alonso, Hulkenberg, Stroll, and Ocon. And let me just update that. Yeah, Ocon in 20th on the mediums. And he is still factually out there, as here comes Hamilton on Leclerc. Leclerc will defend, but he has nothing really down the straight to defend with, as Lewis Hamilton into the braking zone of turn 12 is up to 2nd. And how easy has it been for Lewis Hamilton to get up to 2nd? Ferrari are in big trouble because they have been very easily passed by Hamilton in these last couple laps, and this is where the pain is going to get even worse for the Scuderia, as Carlos Sainz still hanging on to the back of Verstappen, which is at least good to see. But I don't think he'll be for much longer, as Lance Stroll is up to 18th. And we are now on lap 7 of 56. Gap still 3.2 seconds from Lando Norris to 2nd place, which is now Lewis Hamilton. Let's see how quickly Hamilton can eat into that gap. As in the background, things just start to settle down as, I think Alpine have now told Ocon to retire the car. Yeah, bit of a train going on there behind Alex Albon. You've got Bottas, Magnussen, Sargent, Alonso. And yeah, here's a replay from Ocon. He's on board. And yeah, that was what the smoke was. He he collided with Piastri's side pod, which I don't think there's anything both of them could have done. I don't think Ocon necessarily knew or was paying attention to that area of where Oscar was. So yeah, unfortunately, Ocon is out of the US Grand Prix. We're down to 19 runners as Carlos Sainz still within a second of Max Verstappen. DRS, of course, down the pit straight and the back straight helping quite a bit, but Lando out front still relatively comfortable as Norris and Hamilton lapping about the same speed, which is what I expect today between McLaren and Mercedes. Yeah, everything just settling down as Alonso has just passed Sargent for 16th place, as we are now on lap 8 of 56. And it feels to me, Nib, that Verstappen is maybe not Verstappen, but Red Bull, they don't feel as quick compared to McLaren, Mercedes, and Ferrari as I expected. Are you getting that feeling so far?
At this stage of the race, yeah. I mean, I think they're pretty comfortably faster than Ferrari, but they're just able to hang on to the DRS, which is sort of dragging Sainz along to the back of Leclerc here. But I mean, it should be a couple laps time before Verstappen overtakes Leclerc, you'd think. But I mean, Hamilton's pace very impressive early on, along with Norris, and we're seeing it, of course, calm down at the front as we're seeing an onboard here with Alonso making a move on a Williams. I'm going to assume that was Sargent, and it certainly was. And yeah, it's a nice move. We miss all these overtakes, and that's the one that we get a replay of. Quite interesting.
Yeah, there was a couple battles in the sprint yesterday that we
yes,
the one between Tsunoda and Magnussen that would have been amazing if we saw that live. Maybe would have made us thought it was a lot better of a sprint than it actually was. But yeah, as Leclerc has dropped over a second behind Hamilton now, so he's not getting that DRS assistance anymore, and Max Verstappen is now right on his tail. And Ferrari, in a moment, are going to be dropping off the podium here in what is turning into a disaster for the Scuderia on lap 9 of 56. And coming up turn 1.
Leclerc being told to manage his tyres already.
Yeah, he's... I think Ferrari know they need to protect themselves really against Piastri, Russell and Perez at this point, because Norris, Hamilton and Verstappen are just way too quick in their respective cars. As Max maybe will be able to overtake Leclerc on the back straight in a few corners' time, as Lando Norris is 3.2 seconds clear of Hamilton. So Lando's still doing some good times out front. And at the minute, Lando Norris is about just under 6 seconds clear of Max Verstappen. So going 6.1 seconds clear. So going well in regards to that so far, as Verstappen has DRS, but he can't get anywhere near close enough. Ferrari's top speed in qualifying was very strong. One of the strongest from qualifying. And this is one of the only battles out there. The only other battle is the one behind Alex Albon, of Albon, Bottas, Magnussen, Alonso, very close to Magnussen. We're not seeing it though. Hopefully we will soon, as Verstappen trying to hang on through these corners at the end of the lap. Try and get a good run on Leclerc's turn 1. But even though Ferrari are struggling with their tyres, struggling for pace, at least their straight line speed is good enough to keep them still, in there. As Zhou Guanyu in 11th place has pitted and triggers probably the first round of pit stops for the midfield. And Zhou will drop to what is now last position in 19th. So we'll see what tyres he goes on to. I can't imagine it'll be as there's a 4.1 second stop, which is not very good. As McLaren saying to Lando, we're thinking of plan A. And Zhou does go onto the hard tyres, which I'm a bit surprised by because the hard tyres are not exactly working out that well for Stroll or Hülkenberg down the back. But there you go. As Verstappen still close. As I think Oscar Piastri's got a problem. He's just lost position to Russell, Perez, and Gasly. So he's got a problem yet. He's going slowly into turn 12. What's happened? Maybe it's I don't know. Can't see anything visibly. But he is touring, obviously, pretty slowly. As his fellow Australian's about to overtake him into turn 17 and 18. So both AlphaTauri's in the points now, which is great for them. They need points, of course, as Piastri gets out of the way. And yeah, Piastri is out of this race. He's going to probably pull into the pit lane in a moment. And Kevin Magnussen now goes into the pit lane for an actual pit stop. And so does Albon and Bottas. So your top 10 is Norris, Hamilton, Leclerc, Sainz, Russell, Perez, Gasly, Tsunoda, Ricciardo. And now it's Alonso in 11th. Sargent is 12th. And then you've got Stroll 13th, Hülkenberg 14th. And then it should be... it's Zhou in 15th, Albon 16th, Bottas 17th, Magnussen 18th. And Piastri out of the race. Let me just see. Yeah, they've all gone onto hard compound tyres as Verstappen sending on Leclerc at turn 12. A very late move, and did he push him off? I think maybe he did. And Leclerc comes back on the track, but Verstappen is just going to send it right round the outside. What a move by Max Verstappen. And he is up to third place. That is brilliant how he just went right round the outside there with the much better grip. And he now needs to get on with it because he's 4.1 seconds behind Lewis Hamilton, now on lap 12 of 56.
Yes, and much cleaner tyres after he shoved Leclerc off the track onto the dirty runoff area. That was a bit aggressive. That was much more like an old Max Verstappen move.
Yeah. It looked like it was maybe going to be a collision because he wasn't gaining that much in the braking zone, and then it got very close into turn 12. Yeah, he went for it. Leclerc, though, braked very late himself. And, yeah, he did force Leclerc off, really, but then went round the outside. So if Leclerc is going to complain about that, then, I mean, he's got a case. So we will see what possibly comes of that. But he's now pulling away as Logan Sargent is pitted.
Yeah, to be fair, Max did keep it on the actual track.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see if anything comes of it as, what do you call it? Sargent is now last because he has just pitted. So Sargent now 18th. Of course, only 18 cars remain. As Lewis Hamilton is now starting to catch Lando Norris. The gap now down to 2.6 seconds. As Max Verstappen is actually... The gap was 4.1 seconds between Hamilton and Verstappen. Hamilton is going quicker than Verstappen on this lap by a few tenths of a second. So Max is not anywhere near as quick as we feared he may be. But
Max did slightly lock up as well when he made the move.
True. As there you go, Lewis Hamilton does a fastest lap, a 1:41.8. So those tyres in very good nick. And the two Ferraris pretty close together. As Logan Sargent is possibly about to overtake Kevin Magnussen. No, he was very close to him, though. But yeah, everyone from 14th place down has pitted. Zhou, Albon, Bottas, Magnussen, Sargent. Piastri and Ocon are out. We don't know what the issue for Piastri was.
Overheating issue. So good thing for his teammate that he's in clear air.
As here is Logan Sargent, who surely is going to dive down the inside of Magnussen. He does. Magnussen doesn't really defend it as hard as Kevin Magnussen sometimes does, but Magnussen going to go around the outside and keeps it anyway, so he's outdone Logan there. But I do feel like McLaren might come into the pit soon because Lewis is starting to catch, and they don't want the gap to get too close, given how comfortable it's been. But for Lando Norris so far, as this is what we're watching now, Sargent and Magnussen. Magnussen looks like he's got zero grip, which is what we witnessed yesterday. I mean, that's why Haas decided to break Parc Ferme, because of what happened yesterday, and he looks like he's got the same amount of grip. And Sargent, yeah, gets the move done, as Haas having the worst possible weekend, despite bringing what is basically a Red Bull copycat design, and they've gone nowhere.
I was about to say, whoa, Red Bull upgrade for them. Like, goodness, they're absolutely nowhere. And Hamilton really, really is strong today on the pace. Goodness me.
Yeah, he's got the gap down now to 2.1 seconds as Lando looks like he was a bit ragged coming out of turn 11, the final corner before the back straight. And that gap is coming down quite quickly now. So, McLaren, they need to figure out what they're going to do. I got to say, though, still, Max not catching Hamilton. The gap is 4.6 seconds between Hamilton and Verstappen. So Hamilton's pace is genuinely super strong. And at this rate, maybe Mercedes will decide to go for an undercut to try and pass Norris. Because at the minute, they don't need to really worry about any cars behind, because their current lap times are too good for anyone behind. But Norris is going to continue as the gap is just creeping under 2 seconds. And it is, yes, now 1.9 seconds on lap 15. We're not even halfway through this race, but boy, have we got a race on our hands. As Norris just going through turn 1 and 2 there. Max a second and a half clear of Leclerc, so the Ferraris have been dropped. Russell only 2.5 seconds behind Carlos Sainz. Perez 1 point something behind Russell. And then Gasly in 8th. And then, yeah, the two AlphaTauris in the points. They desperately need this result of 9th and 10th to AlphaTauri, because they're on 5 points in last. And there is still hope for them to climb up to 9th or 8th in the championship, because they still have a competitive car. They just need to deliver a result. As Lando having a good lap so far. A couple tenths almost quicker than Hamilton up to this point. And it definitely seems in the second half of the lap, that's where Hamilton is really gaining on Lando Norris, as they now come into the final sector.
Verstappen not very happy with his grip. He's been complaining. And now Verstappen is now the fastest man on the track.
As Lewis Hamilton has really got the gap down in this last few corners. He's now brought it down to 1.7 seconds as Norris goes slightly over the white line, I think, then at the penultimate corner. And now begins lap 16, and the gap is about the same. Lando did have a good couple final corners there. Max, though, not really that much closer to Hamilton. But yeah, at this current moment, on lap 16, any of the top three could win this race at this current pace.
Yeah.
But I do have a feeling that maybe Red Bull are managing Max's pace, maybe to try and go a bit longer into this race. But we will see if that is true. As Lando saying, I don't know what's going on at turns 8 and 9, but I'm struggling a lot with the balance. McLaren saying, okay, we're on it. Turn 8 and 9 is the end of the S's section as you climb up hills. So, yeah, maybe just getting a bit too much understeer or something. As Hamilton having a better lap this occasion up to this point.
As just to illustrate how much Ferrari is struggling already, they asked Leclerc about Plan B a couple of minutes ago.
As Leclerc, is 2 seconds behind.
And I think you missed it, but no further investigation for Verstappen and Leclerc.
Yeah. Which I think is the right decision. Lando saying, or McLaren saying, trying to avoid the curb through there. The wind is inconsistent, and then something else. Put on that radio. But I don't think that, whatever's going on at turn 8 and 9, I don't think it's necessarily the issue. I think Hamilton is just genuinely quicker. As Red Bull, as Max Verstappen has had a bit of a better lap, Red Bull are preparing for a pit stop, but it might not be for Max Verstappen. Oh, no, it is for Max Verstappen. I was thinking maybe Sergio Perez. But here comes Max Verstappen on lap 17 for a new set of mediums. 2.5 second stop. Surely the others will react. This is going to be some outlap from Max as he now drops down to 9th place. So Max Verstappen now 9th. And he has gone on to another set of mediums, meaning that he is committed to at least another pit stop. Pirelli did say, though, that everyone is probably going to do a 2-stop anyway, so yeah. Verstappen has got, 2.5 seconds or a couple seconds of clear air, so yeah, I think Norris or Hamilton are probably going to react to that at the end of this lap. Even though they did have a bit of a gap, you can guarantee Max is going to have a supreme outlap here. And yeah, Mercedes preparing tyres for Lewis Hamilton, you would imagine. Ferrari looking like they're ready as well. That's Hamilton. 1.8 seconds behind Norris as they come through. Turn 17, 18. Now into the penultimate corner. The final corner before pit entry. Lando has been told to box. Hamilton stays out. So they're going to go with the long game, which Hamilton does tend to do quite a lot. So Norris pits. Hamilton goes into the lead. What tyres will Lando Norris go on to? It will be hard compound tyres. So they are going a different way than Red Bull. As Sainz, interestingly, pitting first before Leclerc. That's unusual. Perez and Tsunoda pitting as well. So Leclerc is up to second. Russell is up to third. Norris is fourth. And then you've got Gasly in fifth. Verstappen is sixth. Ricciardo is seventh. As we've got 2 cars there side by side. It is an Aston Martin and a Ferrari, and it's Sainz and Alonso, but Sainz stays ahead. So, yeah, Verstappen in sixth, and then you got Ricciardo 7th, Sainz 8th, Alonso 9th, Stroll 10th, Perez is 11th, Hülkenberg 12th, and then Tsunoda 13th. As Verstappen being told, Hamilton's been instructed target +4, he could be on a 1-stop. And yeah, Pirelli did say if you're going to do a 1-stop strategy, you need to pit between lap 20 and 26. And obviously, we're only a couple laps away from that. As here comes Sergio Perez, and he overtakes Lance Stroll for 10th place. So let me just update that Lando Norris is on the hard compound tyre. Gasly on the medium, Verstappen on the medium, Ricciardo on the medium, Sainz on the medium. Alonso on the medium, Perez on the medium, and then Stroll, on the hard. Everyone below Perez is on the hard compound tyres are on lap 19, and Hamilton stays out as Pierre Gasly pits.
Well, I don't think Hamilton had much of a choice because obviously they're going to box opposite to Norris, and if they were to pit him, say, on this lap, I mean, Verstappen would already be ahead of him. So I think they're probably forced to go a little bit longer here with Hamilton. I mean, Hamilton's pace was probably more than good enough.
Yeah, it's, his pace and also clearly the tyre life, pretty good because he was lapping pretty quickly in the laps up to that. As Hamilton, leading comfortably over Leclerc by 6 seconds. Max Verstappen has just done the fastest lap of 140.9. But Hamilton 20.6 seconds clear of Verstappen. Maybe at this point it's better for Mercedes to do either a very long first stint and then do a 2-stop, or just do a 1-stop strategy at this point. So Pierre Gasly, has come out in 12th place. Let me just update that. Lance Stroll is on the hard compound tyre. And then you've got, Gasly in 12th. Back out there on another set of mediums, as that is a replay. Oh, that is a horrible lockup for Lewis Hamilton at turn 11. He's going to have to pit, surely. That's, it's not the worst lockup in the world, but that has cost him a lot of time. That's cost him that would cost him about a second. As Max does another fastest lap. Yeah, well, at this rate, now on lap 20, if Lewis Hamilton, as Fernando Alonso pits now, if Lewis Hamilton was to pit now, Max would come out ahead of Hamilton. I'm pretty certain of that, as Max is only 3.5 seconds behind Norris, who's at the moment in 4th. As Sainz is in 6th, Ricciardo is 7th, Perez 8th, Stroll 9th, as Hulkenberg has pitted now, so Hulkenberg now down to last position in 18th. And Alonso has come out in 16th place and is back out there on the mediums.
The reason why I was laughing earlier on when Martin Brundle was doing his grid walk is because he tried to interview Alonso, and Alonso, of course, probably very angry with what's happened this weekend, didn't want a single thing to do with Martin Brundle. So that's why I was having a good chuckle.
Yeah, it's been absolutely miserable for Alonso. As Lewis Hamilton now told to box. And it is, of course, the right thing to do because his pace really started to drop off as we are now on lap 21 out of 56. And he goes on to a set of hard tyres. It's not the greatest pit stop, 3.6 seconds. And he will come out behind Max Verstappen. So he is now in a net 3rd place. But it's not over because he now has fresher tyres. He's got to deliver, though, some really good times. As Carlos Sainz just done the fastest lap of 140.6. As Lance Stroll has just pitted. As here is Pierre Gasly overtaking Hulkenberg. Well, that was a couple laps ago because Hulkenberg's already pitted. But Leclerc now leading from Russell, Norris, then Verstappen. Norris, of course, on the hard tyre. And here is Lando Norris about to overtake George Russell, and he gets it done into turn 12 very easily. Russell got no top speed at all. So Norris up to Peter. Lando, despite looking a bit worse for wear a few laps ago, now looking a lot better. As Lewis Hamilton, is on the hard tyres. So maybe they will do a 1-stop strategy or maybe just a very long middle stint. But what do you call it? We have got Pierre Gasly now up to 9th because Lance Stroll has pitted. So Gasly is 9th. Tsunoda is 10th. As Hamilton complaining about coming out far behind, as Russell on lap 22 now comes into the pits and goes on to a set of hard tyres himself. He will probably come up behind Sergio Perez, I would imagine. And yeah, Perez will come out ahead, but at least Russell has quite a bit fresher tyres compared to Perez. So Verstappen 3rd now, Hamilton 4th, Sainz 5th, Perez 6th, and then Daniel Ricciardo up in 7th. Of course, hasn't pitted yet. Russell 8th, and comes out just ahead of Gasly 9th, and then it's Tsunoda 10th, Zhou 11th, Albon 12th, Bottas 13th, Alonso 14th, Sargent 15th, and then I think it's Stroll in 16th, as here is, just a replay of the slow stop and the right front not going on as quickly as it could have done. And now Hamilton has got a lot of work to do, and he'll be wondering, well, why did we decide to do that? But we'll have to see what happens. Lewis Hamilton is now 7 seconds behind Max Verstappen, almost. As here is Russell and Gasly trying to pass Russell, of course. This is legitimate. Both have already pitted, and Gasly nearly overtaking Russell at turn 12. Yeah, Hamilton has got a lot of work to do now. But let me just update some of the tyre compounds. As Alonso in 14th is on the medium. Lance Stroll in 16th is on the medium. And Hulkenberg at the very back is on the medium as well. So I think I've got it all correct. As Leclerc is still out there. At least going long with the tyres, is Daniel Ricciardo finally comes into the pits. Can he come out ahead of Zhou Guanyu? Maybe not, because of how long he's been out for.
No, definitely not.
He comes out in, where is it going to be? 15th place.
Hey, I'm 15 seconds behind you, and I can tell you he wasn't coming out in front of Zhou Guanyu.
Yeah. As I'll see in a moment what tyres he's on. As Lando Norris is now 1.2 seconds behind Leclerc, so nearly a pit stop ahead of Leclerc. Of course, Norris passes him if you're a full pit stop ahead in this race. So I wonder if Ferrari will now bring Leclerc in to at least remain within his pit window. As Alonso has been on a real charge. He's now up to 11th place. He's very quickly passed Albon and Bottas. And now he's passed Zhou. Alonso's absolutely flying out there. He's now up to 10th place. And of course, running the old floor. As here comes Leclerc on lap 24. So Lando Norris now leads from Max Verstappen 2nd and Lewis Hamilton in 3rd. Leclerc might come out in 6th place. Hamilton goes through, Sainz goes through, and Perez goes through as well. So Leclerc in 6th, but on fresher tyres.
I don't mind that from Ferrari with this different strategy. I mean,
well, they have nothing to lose.
Gives them exactly.
So, and as well, they've used the medium, now they're on the hard tyres, so they could get to the end of the race. It'll be hard, but they could do it. So we'll see whether maybe they can still end up on the podium, which there is still the chance of that, because you never know what could happen with Norris, Verstappen, and Hamilton, and maybe what strategies they're on. As there's a replay of Alonso passing Zhou. The hard compound tyre, I've got to say, is not performing very well today, because Hamilton at the minute is not very quick on it, and Alonso on the medium has just flown past the midfield cars like they're not even there. So hard tyre not really working that much.
Yeah, apart from Lando Norris, really. I thought he's done a pretty good job on it.
Yeah, he's 2.4 seconds clear of Verstappen. Yeah, doing some really good lap times and is tantalising. Well, I won't say at this point he's tantalisingly close of winning, but surely they must be thinking of it, McLaren, as they're on lap 25.
I say not even half distance yet, and they've already had a car retired due to overheating issues. So
yeah, true. As so Norris leads by 2.2 seconds now. Hamilton third. Hamilton 7.3 seconds behind Verstappen. I do get the feeling that Mercedes have fucked their strategy up. Carlos Sainz fourth. He's gained quite a bit with his strategy, as Leclerc being told we are the same strategy as Russell behind with the hard tyres. So I'm guessing that's a one-stop strategy. As Lando Norris goes very wide at turn 11. And that, Verstappen gains about 0.7 of a second through that corner. Very bad mistake there. And then you get, Sainz 4th, Perez 5th, Leclerc 6th, Russell 7th, Gasly 8th, Tsunoda 9th, and Alonso is up in P10 at the moment, as that's a replay, I think, of him doing the mistake. Yeah, Max is now just over a second behind and might be in a moment getting past Lando Norris. Right, so on lap 26, with about 30 laps to go, let me just update that Hulkenberg is up in 17th. So Norris leading from Verstappen 2nd, Hamilton 3rd, Sainz 4th, Perez 5th, Leclerc 6th, Russell 7th, Gasly 8th, Tsunoda 9th, and Alonso in 10th, as Alexander Albon is now up to 11th.
Did you see the replay? Were you watching that live?
I saw the end of it, I think. I didn't quite see
Zhou was coming across quite sharply for a moment. I thought we were going to have an aeroplane crash like we did with Stroll Alonso here.
Yeah.
But thankfully not.
Albon having a really good race. Of course, yesterday finished 9th in the sprint. Started 15th and already up to 11th. So he's having a great race out there. Here is Max Verstappen now. And he's got the DRS open, and he is now gaining on Lando Norris. Lewis Hamilton is starting to gain on Verstappen now, but not by a ton of lap time. Per lap, I must say. And Hamilton has got to hope, really, that Lando holds Max up if Lewis is going to get back into the fight. Because at the moment, Lewis is not in the fight. As Norris looking a bit better now than he was, as Daniel Ricciardo has been overtaken by Lance Stroll, who's up to 15th place. Stroll on the medium, which is a lot quicker, plus Aston Martin, obviously, in normal conditions, have a faster car, so not really a surprise. And I'll just update that Stroll is on the medium. But for a lot of the midfield, they're not going too quick on the hard compound tyre. I do have to shout out, though, Yuki Tsunoda in 9th place. He's only 5 seconds behind Gasly, 6.5 seconds clear of Fernando Alonso, and we're about halfway through. And he's heading for a very good result at the minute. But we've seen this before with Tsunoda, where he's been heading for a good result and something's happened. So let's hope he can bring it home and get a couple crucial points for AlphaTauri, who I think it was rumoured that this weekend it would be announced what their new name was, but I don't think that's actually been announced yet. As here comes Max Verstappen down to turn 12. No, not quite close enough, but he's getting much closer now. And a lot closer in the slipstream is Verstappen. As Lewis saying, you've given me hell of a gap to close. Then Bono responding, copy Lewis, just see what we can do. Which to me sounds like an admission of, we know we fucked up, please try and help us.
Yeah. Did they leave him out after he locked up for another 2 laps? Was it?
Yeah, I think they did. I don't think they pitted him straight after the lockup. I think they left him out. Another clearly a mistake.
After the lockup, he had to be in. Before the lockup, yeah, sure, understand what you're trying to do, but after the lockup, you had to bring him in immediately. I mean, he is gaining, but yeah, it is a hell of a gap.
And he needs to hope that Lando can somehow keep Max behind, which is no disrespect to Lando, it's not very likely because the McLaren is not a beast in a straight line. So, yeah, we'll see what happens, whether Max finds it a bit tough. Of course, Lando can sometimes be kind to Max in certain other occasions of letting Max have the line through, but surely if halfway through this US Grand Prix he won't be doing it now, as Lando tries to get a good exit from turn 11. Max gets a good exit though, and looks like he's getting in that slipstream as Zhou Guanyu has pitted already for the second time. Max now gaining down to turn 12. Will he send it? Yes, he does. And Lando, he does. He just leaves the door wide open, but he tries to come back on the exit. But I'm afraid, with a driver like Max Verstappen, that's way too late to be trying to keep your position. Max Verstappen takes the lead of the United States Grand Prix at exactly the halfway point, and that is probably it in terms of who is going to win this race. And yeah, Lando just didn't defend properly. To be fair,
that's disappointing.
Max did send it, I have to say, from quite a bit far back, but still.
He did, but he left the door wide open for Max to make the move. At least if he defends the middle, then he can try and prolong the battle.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, Max has been very ruthless with his overtaking today. Good Lord.
As Lando now going to try and keep up with him. And theoretically, the medium compound tyres that Verstappen is on should wear out quicker than the hard tyres, but this is Max Verstappen. As, yeah, Lando just let the inside line to him and then tried to come back on the exit, which, I mean, at this track is not really that great of a strategy to try unless the driver who goes for the inside goes much deeper, and Max is too good for that. So yeah, Max into the lead. Zhou is now at the back in 18th. Bottas is now pitted. So Valtteri Bottas should go down to 17th. As Zhou is on the hard compound tyre. Lance Stroll already up to 12th place, which is quite something. Yeah, let me just update that Stroll is on the medium. And then you've got Hulkenberg in 15th on the medium. Ricciardo's actually on the hard. And Bottas on the hard tyre now in 17th. So that's your order on lap 29 as incident at turn 12 involving Sargent and Stroll under investigation. We'll see what that's about soon as we're on lap 30, and Max Verstappen is not that far clear of Lando Norris, only 0.7 of a second, so Lando is trying to hang on. But I fear for Lando that it might not be too much longer that Max will extend his gap by over a second and really start pulling away. But as we're just over halfway through, just want to say quickly, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Of course, we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix. So if you want to keep up to date with everything going on in Formula 1, make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the notifications bell. And for everyone watching at the moment, make sure, if you have not hit the like button yet, to do so. We're on 108 likes. Let's try and get up to 120, 130 likes if we can by the end of this race. As Alexander Albon has pitted, Lance Stroll was about to overtake him. We'll see where he will come out. Magnussen has pitted as well, so Magnussen will drop to 18th. Albon will come out in 15th and is now on the medium compound tyre. As was it Ricciardo and Hulkenberg now having a battle? Hulkenberg trying to overtake on the better compound at the moment. So let me just update that. Sargent on the hard tyre, Hulkenberg on the medium, Albon on the medium, and then Bottas and Zhou on the hard, and Magnussen at the bottom is on the medium as well. So, lap 31. Max is still only 6/7 of a second clear of Norris, so Lando is keeping up with him. Maybe that was what McLaren were more so thinking of doing, as Hulkenberg now is past Ricciardo. So let me just update that tyre compound as McLaren or Lando saying track limits for Verstappen, second to last corner. But yeah, Lando still sticking with Max, which is good. Lewis Hamilton, this is working out a bit better for now because he is starting to gain on Lando Norris. He's now was 4.5 seconds behind. Now that Lando had DRS, it would have made the gap a bit bigger in Lando's favour. Gap now back up to 4.9 seconds. But Hamilton is now closing in on Verstappen and Norris. But still, at this current point, with about 20 or just over 25 laps to go, looks like it's going to be difficult, very difficult for Lewis to win this Grand Prix unless he stays out until the end and hopes and prays. As Max has now broken the DRS. He's now over a second clear of Norris. So now he'll start to properly pull away. As Hulkenberg is about to pass Logan Sargent for 12th place. Hulkenberg having a pretty good race. And now up to P12 on the medium compound tyres. So let me just quickly update that. There you go. And yeah, there's at the minute we're in a bit of a lull in this race because now Max is past Lando, and we don't really know, which is exciting to a certain extent. We don't really know what's going to happen next because, of course, Max has to pit again. Lando and Lewis don't have to, but they probably will. As is a replay of Hulkenberg passing Ricciardo and then Sargent. And yeah, Hulkenberg having a good race, and this is at least encouraging data for Haas. As Max, yeah, pulling away from Lando. Not by a gigantic amount, but enough. He's now pulled it up to 1.6 seconds on the exit of turn 15.
Yeah, and of course, Max does have to go onto the hard compound tyre next, which of course is going to be slower than what potentially Lando and Lewis go on in the medium. That's of course if they do pit again. But yeah, I mean, I must say the top 7 all lapping within half a second of each other. It's actually, it's nice to see because, you know, we're probably expecting Max to be a second a lap faster than everyone else, but it's just not the case at the moment.
No, it is good to see. I thought Sainz in 4th, for example, is only 12 seconds, I think, off the lead. I thought it'd be probably 25 plus off the lead by now.
Sainz was faster than Verstappen on the previous lap, on lap 32.
Yeah, and he does hold from quite a few laps ago the fastest lap for the moment, as Leclerc and Russell are not lapping that great in 6th and 7th. Of course, though, they are just trying to manage their tyres because they are doing a one-stop strategy. As Logan Sargent now pits for Williams. He'll come out probably in 17th place. As Hamilton is gaining on Norris. Norris now 2.1, 2.3 now seconds behind Verstappen. Lewis now 3.6 behind Lando. So Lewis is catching Lando, but yeah. I think Lewis's main thought at the minute is, how can I win this race? But it doesn't look that great at the minute. He's currently 6 seconds behind Max Verstappen. So he's closer now than he was when he came out of his pit stop, but not maybe as close as he would have hoped, being on the fresher tyres, as Max starts lap 34, and he was a lot quicker than Norris on that lap, as the gap is now 3 seconds. As, Logan Sargent is now 17th, and he's gone on to the medium compound tyre. Of course, his teammate pitted a few laps ago, so no surprise there.
Yeah, I think Lando's struggling.
Yeah.
Lando's struggling. He was half a second slower than both. Sorry, it was half a second slower in the middle sector and 7/10 in the final sector. So, not too sure what happened to Lando there. He was 1.3 seconds slower, 1.2 seconds slower than Hamilton.
Yeah, maybe in but maybe with that mistake he made a few laps ago, maybe was as a result of pushing too hard.
Sorry, did you see Max's team radio?
No, I just missed it. What did he say?
I said these brakes are so fucked compared to yesterday. What a piece of shit.
Yeah, there's the replay. Locking up at turn 11. He was he's not been very happy all weekend. He was complaining about the drivability yesterday of the car, which, I mean, he complains about quite a lot. And yeah, he's not been too happy today, even though he's in P1. As Lewis says, Max is pulling away, and the Mercedes respond, it's more like Norris is coming to you, which, yes and no, I would say to that, as Lando Norris comes in on lap now 35, so this will be the final pit stop for McLaren. Surely it'll be a set of mediums. It's not. It's another set of hard tyres. Clearly they feel like they haven't got they can't manage the tyres enough to be on the medium, as he comes out in 6th place in between Leclerc and Russell. That was a great pit stop, 2 seconds from McLaren. So Norris in 6th, and I don't really think Lando's in the fight anymore for first, maybe even second, because Lewis should be much faster later in this race as Tsunoda now pits.
I mean, I understand why they've done it, and I mean the hard tyres not performing that bad for the faster teams whatsoever. I mean, we saw McLaren, they lasted 14, 15 laps on those mediums at the start of the race, and I mean, for Lando's pace to be dropping off already after about 20 laps on the hards, it probably was ultimately the right decision to go onto the hards.
As Lando just building up to speed on this outlap, he's just under 3.5 seconds behind Leclerc, who of course is on a one-stopper, as Hulkenberg pits again, and here comes Max Verstappen going for 3 wins in a row in Texas, and here he comes for his final pit stop, 6 seconds clear of Hamilton, and here we go. And it's not a great pit stop. Left rear was slow, but still a 3.3 second one there, as Carlos Sainz now pits. So Hamilton up into the lead, and then it will be Perez second, and Leclerc comes out third ahead of Verstappen. So that is good for Norris, because at least Leclerc will hold Max up for a couple laps. So it is Leclerc third, Verstappen fourth, Norris fifth, Russell sixth. Sainz has come out side by side with Gasly and is just about ahead. So Sainz, luckily for him, is in 7th place. But Hamilton leads on the hard tyres. Perez second on mediums. Leclerc third on the hard. Max is obviously on the hard and is 1.5 seconds behind Leclerc. And then Lando in fifth is on the hard. Russell on the hard. Sainz on the hard. Gasly 8th on the medium. And then Alonso and Stroll 9th and 10th on the medium compound as well. You'd imagine both Aston Martins will be back in one final time. Tsunoda in 11th is on the medium. Ricciardo 12th is on the hard. Albon 13th is on the medium. And then Hülkenberg is 15th behind Bottas, with Bottas on hard tyres, Hülkenberg on another set of mediums, and so is Sargent, who I'll update to 16th in a moment, and then Zhou in 17th, and Magnussen in 18th. Only 18 runners. As Max Verstappen on that outlap didn't really gain time on Leclerc, who's doing a good job and is up in third. And once Perez and Hamilton pits, he'll be back in the lead. But you'd think Leclerc eventually will fall victim at least to Max Verstappen. But he is doing the absolute best job he could. As I just need to update, we're on lap 37 of 56. And Lewis Hamilton, who stayed out there, is 15.2 seconds clear of Max Verstappen. And really what Lewis needs to hope for is that Leclerc can hold Max back for like 5 laps or so. And if he can, maybe Lewis might be able to make a one-stop strategy work. But it's still looking unlikely that that is what Mercedes are going to do.
Yeah, Hamilton's pushing. Hamilton's been one of the faster drivers on track since Verstappen made his pit stop, really pushing, especially in the first sector. But I mean, losing quite a bit of time now in the middle sector, even to Leclerc, is Hamilton. So would expect a pit stop in the next few laps for Hamilton.
As Sergio Perez now comes in. Of course, he was on the mediums, and he'll now go on to a set of hards because he's not used a different set of tyres yet. So Leclerc up to second, Verstappen third, Norris fourth, Russell fifth, Sainz, who just does the fastest lap of the race, so 1:40.5, is up in sixth now. Perez in seventh. Gasly is now in the pits, so that puts Alonso up to 8th place. Gasly should come out in 10th place behind the two Aston Martins. Gasly having a very good race. He's winning the F1.5 Grand Prix currently as he comes out on the hard tyres. So, Verstappen is now within a second of Leclerc. He's closing down to turn 12, but is he close enough? I don't think he is. No, he's not. But, right, so all of the top 7 now are on the hard tyres. Alonso and Stroll mediums. Gasly on the hard. Tsunoda medium. Ricciardo hard. Albon on the medium. And then Hülkenberg on the medium. I'll update Hülkenberg as ahead of Valtteri Bottas quickly.
And I think Hamilton made a mistake somewhere in the first sector on this lap, as he was about half a second slower than what he did on the previous lap. So not looking great for Hamilton out in front.
No, and he now comes into the pits on the beginning of lap 39, and he goes on to, I think, a set of hard tyres. So Hamilton, as Max Verstappen dives down the inside at turn 1. Leclerc didn't really defend as Lando Norris has a great fastest lap of 1:40.0. But Max Verstappen leads in Texas with just over 15 laps to go. So Verstappen leads from Leclerc second, Norris third. No, Hamilton did come out on mediums. And he's 6 seconds behind Norris. So it's Leclerc second, Norris third, Hamilton fourth. Sainz has passed Russell. So it's Sainz fifth, Russell sixth, Perez seventh. So let me just update that Hamilton is on that medium tyre, which should be fun now to watch in these final 16, 17 laps. As here comes Norris now. Can he pass Leclerc, who defends to the inside? And it's moving around a bit. Will Lando send it? Yes, he does at turn 12. And he gets it done easily. So Norris up to second and now needs to push hard to try and keep up with Verstappen if that is even possible. As Hamilton, of course, will need to get on with it to try and at least secure second, never mind win the US Grand Prix again. Lewis Hamilton has not won a Grand Prix in almost 2 years, and he's not won here in Texas for 6 years. As Norris, good move up the inside, and Leclerc didn't really defend too hard into the braking zone. As we're on lap 40, and Lando Norris does the fastest lap, a 1:39.9. And we'll see whether he can keep up with Max as Sergio Perez now does the fastest lap, a 1:39.8 as Russell pits. So they've clearly decided to forget about doing a one-stopper with him because he had no pace at all. Alonso is now up to 7th. Stroll is up to 8th. Russell is going to come out in 9th place on another set of medium tyres. So, Russell has had a very poor weekend. He's not been on the pace at all. He finished, I think, 18 seconds behind Hamilton in the sprint yesterday, and it was only 19 laps. So, it's been a very poor weekend. And he's currently 23, 24 seconds behind his teammate. So, been an awful weekend. And he's now got to pass the two Aston Martins, who I've got to say, despite their issues this weekend, they're having a great race. 7th and 8th, still out there on mediums. And maybe they'll end up with a couple points. But McLaren, as it stands, are going to go ahead of them in the championship. So not going to be enough, unfortunately, for them, as we are on lap 41. And Lewis Hamilton has taken quite a bit of time out of Leclerc. He's now just 4 seconds behind as Sergio Perez does another fastest lap, a 1:39.7. Max Verstappen out front, 1.7 seconds clear of Norris. So he's pulling away, but not massively from Lando, as Stroll now pits for Aston Martin, and Lance is probably going to come out in 12th, 13th place, something like that. So we'll see where he ends up. That's Russell up to 8th. Gasly will go up to 9th. Tsunoda up to 10th. And Stroll, will he come out ahead of Ricciardo? I think he will. Yes, he does. It comes out on another set of mediums. Of course, he started the race, Stroll, on the hard tyre, so that's going to help now. Here's race. So, Gasly down there on the hard tyre, Tsunoda on the medium, Stroll on the medium as well. And now we look to, really, Lewis Hamilton to provide our entertainment in these final 15 laps as he continues to catch Leclerc over a second on this lap. As Max continues to pull away from Lando by a few tenths of a second as he begins lap 42. I reckon at this pace for Leclerc, he's probably going to finish in 4th or 5th place, probably 5th. Because you would imagine his teammate will be able to pass him. But yeah, Verstappen, it's been a much harder race for him than anticipated. The others have been pretty quick compared to what we expected coming into the weekend, but still, at the minute, the end result is the same. As Lewis Hamilton has taken an ungodly amount of time out of Leclerc in the first sector. The gap now down to 1.5 seconds, as here is Albon and Ricciardo fighting for 12th place, and Albon looks like he's going to get it done. Possibly up to turn 1 as Ricciardo defends. And Albon is going to send it round the outside. Does the switchback. And does he get it done? Yes, he does. Alex Albon up to 12th on the mediums. So, there you go. Right. Hold on. Trying to get this. Oh, God. On the right one. There you go. Yeah, I was going to say quickly with Ricciardo as we're on lap 43 and Hamilton right behind Leclerc. Now, Leclerc's tyres have gone off the cliff. His pace has disappeared as Hamilton now tries to pass Leclerc into turn 1. Will he just do a switch back and pass that way? He might do, you know, as he's done a 1:39.5. Very quick lap, but he's now held up behind Leclerc. I was going to say with Ricciardo, don't think he's having that bad of a race. I think his starting position is probably not what's helped for this race today.
Yeah, I mean, considering he's done a one stop, it's not been too bad at all.
No. Yeah, yesterday had a much better. Then, of course, this is his first race back after breaking a bone in his hand, as Alonso has pitted and has come out in 10th place, right behind Yuki Tsunoda, and so is right behind Lewis Hamilton on Leclerc, and down into turn 12. Lewis Hamilton is up to 3rd and now has 4 seconds, 3.8 seconds actually, ahead of him to catch Lando Norris for 2nd place. And maybe, you know, he's what? He's 6.2 seconds behind Verstappen. If he can keep up a really hot pace, you just never know. He could win this race. Yeah, good move from Hamilton. So let me just update that Alonso is now in 10th and is on the hard compound tyre. Because, of course, he used 2 sets of mediums, as Max Verstappen has now begun lap 44. With Lando Norris having car 44 now chasing him down for 2nd. And I do get the feeling that Lewis, after this race, is going to be probably bit critical of his team, because I think he will definitely come out of this race. If he doesn't win, he'll definitely come out of this race feeling like he could have won. Even if he ends up only a couple seconds away from winning, I think he'll still be disappointed that they couldn't get it done, because I think there was definitely a couple laps there where they could have probably pitted him a bit sooner.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, the pace that he displayed in the first stint, I mean, showed that he probably did have the pace to win today if he doesn't win, of course, I'm saying that. And yeah, I mean, his pace is looking pretty good. I mean, he probably will end up in 2nd here, unless his tyres really do start to fall off. But yeah, it's been a very, very good race by Hamilton today.
Yeah, this is arguably his best weekend of the season. He's been consistently every session on it, which is great to see, as Lewis Hamilton 3.5 seconds behind Lando Norris on lap 45 now, as Fernando Alonso has just overtaken Yuki Tsunoda for 9th place. So Alonso And Alonso's only 4 seconds behind Gasly. Alonso's probably going to finish in 8th here. What a drive that would be from the pit lane to 8th place. Be some performance. As well, his car, he has the old spec floor on, with Stroll having the new one. And Stroll is about 4 seconds behind Alonso. Here's a replay of Alonso doing it. Tsunoda defended to the middle, but Alonso went round him. And yeah, great performance from Fernando. Still proving that he is one of the best out there, but Aston Martin have just hamstrung him so much with their lack of development this season, as that's Hülkenberg dive-bombing Ricciardo into turn 1. And on his old teammate, that'll feel nice for Hülkenberg, now up to 13th. So, as we will be going on to lap 46 in a moment. Lewis Hamilton now half a second closer to Lando Norris. We'll see. Now lap 46, half a second closer. At this rate, Hamilton is, he's going to finish at best in second place. And even finishing second isn't a guarantee. As here comes Logan Sargent passing Daniel Ricciardo into turn 12. Obviously, Ricciardo's tyres absolutely dead, and Sargent on much fresher medium tyres. So Sargent having a pretty, Sargent's having a pretty good race, up in 14th, and he's only about 7 or 8 seconds behind his own teammate. So,
yeah, he tends to do pretty well at these sort of higher speed circuits, and seems to struggle elsewhere for whatever reason. But yeah, Ricciardo's pace is pretty terrible on these hard tyres now. He's let's see, he's about a second slower than everyone else on the track at the moment. So just please bring him in and put him on some fresh rubber.
I don't know why they decided to put him on a one-stopper, because he was in 10th place. It's not like he was way down the field and they thought, well, let's just fucking try this. I really don't understand what they're doing. But yeah. At least for the moment, but probably not for much longer, Yuki Tsunoda is in 10th place, but Lance Stroll is only 1.5 seconds behind as Max Verstappen begins lap 47. 3.2 seconds clear of Norris. Hamilton 2.2 behind Lando Norris, and is quite a bit closer as well to Max Verstappen. He's only 5.5 seconds behind him. Still, doesn't look likely he'll win, but he's going to try as hard as he can as he now flies through the first sector. And as well, what is encouraging is the much better pace this weekend from Mercedes is because of the new floor they put on their car, which, according to James Allison, is them shifting their design concept over to what they're going to be doing for next year. So that is very encouraging, at least for next year, with this much better performance than anybody expected. The best forecast I saw this weekend for Mercedes was for them to be the 4th best team, as Hamilton only 1.5 seconds behind now, and getting ever closer. As, other battles to look out for. Tsunoda and Stroll fighting for the last point. Alonso and Gasly as well fighting for 8th. As Norris just 1.2 seconds clear, and the gap coming down all the time. Leclerc's pace is stabilised quite a bit more. He's 2 seconds about clear of his teammate Carlos Sainz. Sainz, though, you'd imagine will finish up in 4th place because he is still catching. As Hamilton just about a second behind now for McLaren. As here is Lance Stroll into turn 12 and 13, and he has got ahead of the Japanese driver, Yuki Tsunoda, and Stroll. Also, great drive from him up to P10. And 3.5 seconds now, Stroll behind Alonso. And very good move that. Round the outside of turn 12. And Stroll complaining about a very late brake move. Yeah, it was a bit late, but looks just about okay from Tsunoda. As here comes Hamilton, DRS open. Will he send it to turn 12? No, he's not close enough. But he is only now 4.5 seconds behind Verstappen. So really, he's got to overtake in the next lap or so if he's going to win this race. If he gets side by side now, down into turn 15. Will he do a switch back through here? Yes, he does. He gets a much better exit. They're side by side through turn 16. Hamilton is not going to try and go round the outside. He thinks better of it as Daniel Ricciardo finally pits and will go to the back of the field. Oh, Alonso. Alonso's out. He's just said he's got a rear suspension failure. After all the good work he's done, he is going to be out as Hamilton and Norris getting so close to each other into turn 1. I thought Hamilton was going to go right over the top of Norris, but thankfully he didn't. But he gets a great exit from turn 1 and goes right around the outside. Lewis Hamilton up to second. Brilliant hard racing between the two Brits on lap 49. That looked very, very close.
That was very sketchy into turn 1. I mean, I'm sure some people are thinking it, but I think that is the hardest I've ever seen Lando Norris try to defend a move ever. So it's a little bit nice to see, but goodness me, it did look pretty scary into turn 1.
Just seeing the onboard now, wasn't as scary on board, but yeah, on the offboard, it looked like he was going to go right over his rear wing because of how much he was gaining. Yeah. And so shaking his head, smiling, and as a bit of rivalry there in the stands, you'll see it in a moment. As Max Verstappen now 5.3 seconds clear of Hamilton. As
I need to not speak.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, this is the first time I've watched live timing for a little bit, and Verstappen's not human, man. He's been doing a 40.3 for about the last 6 laps. He's just ridiculous.
Yeah, there was what was it? I think it was Mexico last year where he did like a 50 or 60 lap stint or something. It was ridiculous. Where he did basically the same lap time. Yeah. As
I say to you so many times, he's almost gotten to the sim driving level perfection in an F1 car. It's quite ridiculous what he does.
As he is 4.9 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton, and we've got 6 laps to go, so it's going to need something incredible from Hamilton to win this race. He's going to have to go a second a lap quicker than Verstappen to win, which is not going to happen. As Alonso, just to update you guys, he's now pitting. He did fall down to 11th and was continuing. Aston Martin say we can see a problem with the floor. Oh dear. So Alonso as the 2 Ferrari swap position. I'll be a bit miffed on, to be honest, if I'm Leclerc after this race. Obviously was ahead of Sainz on the grid and all of that, and now Sainz with a better strategy is going to beat him to 4th place. Which will just fuel the conspiracy theories out there amongst the Charles Leclerc fans that because Santander sponsor the team, it's basically Carlos Sainz is the number 1 driver.
The Lee Clark fans do love a little bit of... it's a very niche F1 Twitter name for Charles Leclerc, for those wondering. But oh, it's Ricardo. Let's go. Fastest lap of the Grand Prix. Cop that.
As just shown on the screen there, Alonso just out of this race, and that is great news for Yuki Tsunoda, who is now 10th, and thankfully for Tsunoda, he's got 14-second gap to the next car of Albon. So Tsunoda just needs to bring it home now, and he will get a point, which he deserves, as Ricardo on the
Max
soft.
Verstappen's just done purple first sector, it's just what he does.
Yeah, well, he typically, doesn't he, asks to know what is the fastest lap, as
Bro, he's literally turned into Vettel. Like it's actually crazy.
Yeah, as I think Leclerc there saying something about talking after the race, as he's in 5th, and he's going to be passed by Perez in a moment. Black and white flag for Albon. Track limits. If he was to get a penalty now, he would still keep 11th place, so he doesn't need to worry that much. But let me just update that Albon is actually on the medium. And then you've got Zhou and Bottas on the hard compound tyres. We're on lap 52. 5 laps to go. As Sainz saying Lando is slow, and then Ferrari telling him to push, and him saying let's go. So, yeah, only 4.5 seconds behind. Can Carlos Sainz take an unlikely podium? We've barely talked about him, and he's now going to absolutely go for it. Try and finish on the podium. His last podium, of course, was when he won in Singapore. As Hamilton...
What a drive that was.
Yeah. He's... second half of the season, he's stepped up a lot more. And obviously had that brilliant race at Monza as well, where he was on pole and just about secured 3rd, as Hamilton is lapping about the same pace, around about, as Verstappen. So Max has got this race secured, as Sergio Perez within a second now of Leclerc in the battle for 5th.
You're right.
As
Sainz is doing personal best sectors everywhere. He's really trying to push to get past or to catch up to the back of Norris.
As Alex Albon, he's got a penalty, 5-second penalty, and he is as well pulling away from Hulkenberg, so it won't really matter. Just needs to make sure he doesn't get another one. But yeah, we're now looking at Sergio Perez right up behind Leclerc. Perez has had not a terrible race. I mean, he's 16, 17 seconds behind Max, which is not that bad. It's just, the position, really, that's bad. As now on to lap 53, and surely he's going to overtake Leclerc into turn 1. Leclerc defends late. Perez goes for the outside line. And Perez surely going to do the switchback of dreams, and he does. And Leclerc has no grip to defend. Yeah, Leclerc's going to be very disappointed after this race. In 6th place. And as well, he's got to contend with the possibility of George Russell coming after him, because Russell is 8 seconds behind and is on much fresher tyres. So, yeah, we'll see what happens there. As Logan Sargent passes Nico Hulkenberg. He's up to 12th. What a race Sargent's having. Probably his best race of his F1 career, which is good to see. As... yeah, Russell...
Only 9 seconds behind Albon. That's pretty impressive, isn't it? Well, sorry, 7.6 now.
Yeah, as Russell has just took a second out of Leclerc in the last 20 or 30 seconds. We'll see if Russell can close. Lando Norris is currently winning the Driver of the Day vote, which I don't understand why, but there you go. As we're on lap 54. Of course, I will be setting up the poll in a few minutes, guys, to ask you who is your driver of the day. So we've got 3 laps to go here in Texas. So, yeah, get ready to let me know who driver of the day is. as Lewis Hamilton cuts the gap down to 3.6 seconds. He's still pushing as hard as he can, but still not quite enough. But as Russell has took another second out of Leclerc, Leclerc at this rate might end up finishing in 7th. As I gotta say, I am very excited from a Mercedes point of view for next weekend in Mexico, because we saw last year they were very quick there and definitely have gained 2 or 3 tenths at least with this new floor. So, I think Red Bull this weekend are slower than they normally are. I don't think it's purely Mercedes have gained on them. But, yeah. Should be interesting to see where Mercedes are at next weekend and whether they can be this competitive at least.
Yeah, and Red Bull had some problems on Friday.
Yeah.
So Max getting a bit angry at GP for talking during the braking. I think they're going to have a bit of a biff when they get back.
Yeah, he was complaining a few laps ago about talking during the braking phases. He's about to come up and lap a couple cars. Hamilton still catching. Gap now down to 3 seconds, now 2.9, as Max Verstappen begins the penultimate lap of this race. So, yeah. Verstappen, of course, got to contend with a couple slow cars. Carlos Sainz, by the way, not really catching Norris that quickly. 3.8 seconds the gap. Norris will finish in 3rd. But McLaren, I think, will be a bit disappointed with today and really this weekend, because they were expected to come here and be comfortably the 2nd best team, but not quite been the case. As Max still being caught very quickly by Hamilton. The gap now down as they come into turn 11 as Max is having to contend with this traffic. The gap now down to 2.3 seconds. And Max will be desperate for this traffic to get out of the way, as Max is a lap and a half away from taking his 50th win in Formula One. As Yuki Tsunoda is pitted. Please don't tell me he's got a problem. He is a pit stop ahead of Albon, so maybe they're going to go for that extra point. Which is very risky. As Max has got past one of the slow cars, which I think is... it's Kevin Magnussen. The gap is now down to 2 seconds. Yeah, Tsunoda now out there on a set of soft tyres in 10th place. So we'll see what Tsunoda ends up doing as we are on the final lap of what's been a pretty good 2023 United States Grand Prix, and Hamilton now just 1.7 behind, but surely Max will hang on. Yeah, Neb, before we get to the end, a word on who is probably going to be our race winner. It's not been easy, but still, he's ended up at the top as he usually does.
Yeah, certainly not an easy race for Verstappen. I mean, he didn't certainly fly through the field as fast as we expected. It took him 28 laps to get into the lead of the Grand Prix, which is, I said lap 15, so
yeah,
quite a bit more than what we expected. But yeah, great drive again by Max. The right strategy by Red Bull to get the win today. Must say, if Mercedes did pit him 1 lap earlier or 2 laps earlier, literally on the lap they had that lock-up, might have been a different story today, as Hamilton and Mercedes were very quick today. But yeah, a good recovery drive, a good drive by Max Verstappen again here today.
As he's about to now enter, and now has entered the final sector and the final few corners. And yeah, it's not been easy, but he is going to take, in a moment, his 3rd consecutive win at the US Grand Prix in Texas as he comes into the 2 final corners. And Max Verstappen, no matter how difficult it is to win, he still wins. He's a true winner as he now comes into out of the final corner to the line, and Max Verstappen wins the 2023 US Grand Prix just about from Lewis Hamilton, who is so close to getting that first win in almost 2 years. Lando Norris finishes in third. Carlos Sainz finishes fourth. Good race for him. Perez fifth. Leclerc will maybe not finish at sixth. Russell is right behind him. No, he just about does it by 0.3 of a second in the end. Leclerc finishes sixth. Russell finishes seventh. Gasly and Stroll out there are very close to each other. Gasly, I think, will hold on to eighth as we're now looking at Tsunoda, who's maybe going to do the fastest lap of the race. We'll see. As Pierre Gasly should finish, and he does. Pierre Gasly finishes eighth. Lance Stroll finishes in ninth. And Yuki Tsunoda, can he take an extra point for the AlphaTauri team and at least close the gap to Haas to just 5 points?
Yes, he will. He certainly will. I'm seeing purple, purple, purple.
As he comes into that final corner, and Yuki Tsunoda takes 10th. And yes, the fastest lap of the race. And we'll see what it is, a 1:38.1. So Tsunoda hits a final point. Alex Albon finishes 11th. Good race for him. Good as well for Logan Sargent. Very good race for him in 12th. Hulkenberg finishes in 13th. Bottas 14th. Zhou 15th. Magnussen 16th. Daniel Ricciardo 17th. And last, and your retirements are Fernando Alonso, Oscar Piastri, and Esteban Ocon. But yet, Verstappen has taken his 15th win of 2023, and there are still 4 races to go. And I think
50 wins as well. That's ridiculous.
And he's only 6 he turned a month ago or a few weeks ago. Absolutely incredible. I mean, by the end of 2025, he could have, if Red Bull are this dominant, he could have 90 wins by the end of 2025, which would be incredible. As Hamilton did the absolute best he could. It was a great performance, but yeah, he will be very, well, not very, but he'll be miffed after the race, because I think definitely he feels like the race was there to be won, and it was. But yeah, there you go, guys. That is your 2023 United States Grand Prix. I'm just going to quickly set up the poll in the chat. Let me just hold on. I'll just ask you quickly, Nib. What do you think of the race, and who was your driver of the day?
I thought it was a very, very good Grand Prix. It would have been a little bit better, of course, if Hamilton was a little bit more involved in the middle part of the Grand Prix. I'm going to give it a 7.5 out of 10. I pretty much enjoyed that race, and I think Ferrari's moves on Leclerc and Norris, which were a bit more elbows out, a bit more ruthless. He had to do it in the actual braking zone, which he hasn't really had to do at all this season, because they've just flown by on the straight. So I'm going to go for Max Verstappen as my driver of the day, but with Lewis Hamilton very, very close behind him. I thought it was a great performance by Hamilton today.
Yeah, Hamilton was absolutely superb. I'd give that, probably about the same 7.5 out of 10. That was one of, this shows you how poor this season has been. That was probably one of the best races of the season. And obviously having a lot more competition for the win absolutely helped that. Hold on. Just trying to do the options for driver of the day. So Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton. I'll put Lance Stroll in there. And also I'll put Lando Norris as well. Driver of the day, I'm actually going to go for Lewis Hamilton, because, as we were saying, I think if they had pitted him a lap earlier, at least, then would he have won? Who knows? But I think it would have been very interesting to see, because obviously with that mistake, plus the extra lap and a half he had to do, he would have lost another, second and a half, maybe even more. And then, I mean, the gap in the end ended up being, what was it? Like 1.5 seconds, 1.6. So, yeah, I'll just give it to Lewis Hamilton. But yeah, that was very good battle between Verstappen and Hamilton. Even though they never actually ended up battling on track, it was still a great battle between the two. As there, Yuki Tsunoda gets the fastest lap of the race, and a couple points for him, which not sure if it actually puts him higher up the championship or not, but AlphaTauri, gets a couple points closer to Haas ahead of them. But yeah, let me know, guys, who is your driver of the day and your what you thought of the quality of the race. What was I going to say? Are you going to stick around, or do you want to?
Probably going to head off because I am a little bit tired, as it's just nearing 8:15 in the morning here.
By the way, what was the Villa West Ham score earlier?
4-1 to Villa.
Oh fuck! Last time I looked, it was 1-0.
Villa were very, very good.
Yeah,
Villa Park, they're a proper team.
Yeah, nobody's talked about them. I have a really good feeling about them this season.
Yeah, you're very high on them. I'm not too sure about Champions League, which you've been saying, but the top 6 for sure, top 6 lock.
Yeah, well, I think, and I know he didn't technically do a great job at Arsenal, but I think I really like Unai Emery. I think he's a really good manager.
No, I mean, he did do a good job at Arsenal before the last season.
Yeah.
Where it sort of fell apart.
The first half of the season was, of his first season was very good. And then obviously, he's won like 2 or 3, I think, Europa Leagues, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
So cheers for coming on, mate. Thankfully, a good time, I guess, just about for you.
Yeah, a good enough time, and I wanted to make sure I could get on because, I mean, these American races, it's a bit harder for me to come on. Should be able to come on for the Mexican Grand Prix because that's at 7 a.m.
Yeah.
I'll be back here for. Christ, it's so weird looking forward to the Las Vegas Grand Prix and it being on at 5 p.m. on a Sunday. Like, what?
Oh god, I'm not looking forward to that.
But yeah, I'll certainly be on next week, which is good.
As well, remember our clocks go back next Sunday.
I know. Because of course that all mucks up my Premier League stuff. So
yeah, but cheers for coming on, mate, and it'll be great to have you back next week for Mexico.
Yeah, and of course, thanks to everyone in the chat. Of course, the first thing I opened up to see is talking about his sister, for crying out loud. I hope you'll have a great rest of your nights and days. And great to be back on. I'll talk to you later, mate. See ya.
Cheers. See you later, mate.
All right.
Bye. Yeah, it's good to have him on because, typically the North American races are really shit timing-wise. But, Mexico, in the UK time, I think it starts at the same time as this one did, 8 p.m. And then Brazil, I think, is 5 p.m. And then, Vegas will be great for him because it's on at 6 a.m. here in the UK. And then, obviously, final one, Abu Dhabi's okay. Only 4 races to go, and still, obviously, we're only a third of the way through a triple header. Because next weekend, guys, is the Mexico City Grand Prix, and the weekend after is the Sao Paulo Grand Prix in Interlagos. And here is the next 2 pieces of content on the channel after this evening. I'll be back live on Thursday evening at 8 p.m. UK time for the weekend preview for the Mexico City Grand Prix. And then on Friday night, late on Friday night, I'll be live from 10:15 p.m. UK time for the Practice 2 Watchalong. Be covering the session for you guys. And then, of course, Saturday night, will be Practice 3 Watchalong, qualifying preview and qualifying Watchalong, and then the race Watchalong this time next Sunday. But yeah, let's let's get into let's get into some of your comments and your initial reaction to the race. And of course, that poll running at the top of the live chat, make sure to let me know who is your driver of the day. I think what I'll do quickly is just go through all the teams and touch on how I thought they all did. Because, of course, we are not doing a Monday review stream tomorrow night. And we won't be doing one the day after the Mexico Grand Prix either. The next Monday review stream will be the day after the Sao Paulo one. Because, of course, it is a triple header. So, Red Bull, great race. They ended up winning. It was a very tough one. And Max Verstappen and Red Bull just about capitalised on a slight strategy error from Mercedes. The door was open just enough for Max Verstappen and Red Bull to walk through and take win 17 of the season for the team and 15 for Max Verstappen. So a brilliant race for him and great drive, no doubt about that. Mercedes-Benz was so close to their first win of 2023, and so close was Lewis Hamilton to his first win since December the 5th, 2021. That was the last time Lewis Hamilton won a Grand Prix in Formula 1. That was Saudi Arabia 2021. And I'll be honest, there was times in this race I thought he was going to do it. I thought Lewis Hamilton was going to win this Grand Prix, but there was just a couple laps in there where Mercedes were a bit too hesitant to pit Lewis Hamilton, which I think cost them today potentially a win. Maybe they wouldn't have won, but they didn't give themselves the best chance to win. That is the point I'm trying to make. George Russell 7th. Shocking weekend. Let's hope that he's back to his best in Mexico. He was pretty good in Mexico last year from what I remember. Ferrari, 4th and 6th. Charles Leclerc will be very disappointed with what happened. At the end of the day, the one-stop strategy that Ferrari tried was the wrong thing to do. Given how slow Ferrari were, though, compared to Norris, Hamilton, and Verstappen, I don't think it was necessarily a bad thing to try it. Maybe, though, they should have switched to a two-stop, when Russell did, to try and reclaim maybe a couple extra points. But yeah, in hindsight, it was the wrong strategy decision, but I can't blame them for trying it because they just didn't have the pace today to finish on the podium. Carlos Sainz had a good drive, finishing in 4th and only 3.5-4 seconds away from Lando Norris. But yeah, 20 points from this race? Mercedes have taken 24, so unfortunately Ferrari have not gained in this race. Aston Martin do grab a couple points for Lance Stroll in 9th, but they have now been overtaken by McLaren, who are now up to 5th. Disastrous weekend for Aston Martin, especially with Alonso's floor issue, suspension issue, whatever it is. And yeah, McLaren, unfortunately, they didn't have the pace to really fight for the win in the end. Lando Norris, though, I think drove well. I don't think really you could ask more of Lando Norris. I think the McLaren car just wasn't quick enough to actually win the race today. So, yeah, can't really complain about Lando's performance. It's another podium, and he is, a bit closer to the drivers ahead in the championship, and he's at least put McLaren now up to 4th in the championship. Unfortunately, Piastri had an overheating issue. That's why he retired, which is a shame, because Piastri maybe could have grabbed a 5th place, maybe even a 4th place out of this race. But yeah, McLaren are up to 4th, not a million miles away from Ferrari in 3rd, but probably McLaren will finish in 4th with only 4 races to go, plus a sprint race in Sao Paulo. Alpine, good day. Esteban Ocon, unfortunately, had too much damage to his side pod. Pierre Gasly finishing in 8th place. Great drive from Gasly. He had a pretty okay drive in Qatar. Didn't quite deliver the best result he could have done in the race a couple weeks ago, but thankfully bounced back here and has had a very good weekend. It's been one of his best weekends of the season for Gasly, and he is now solidly top 10 in the championship. I think 5 points clear of Lance Stroll, which is good to see for him. Is he 5 points clear of Lance Stroll? No, it's 3 points clear, sorry, but at least top 10 in the championship. And Alpine, of course, a bit further clear in 6th. Williams, 11th and 12th. I don't think you can ask any more from them. I don't think they came here expecting to finish in the points. So, yeah, nothing wrong with their result. Great drive from Logan Sargent. I hope that's the start of something from the young American. Alfa Romeo were shit. Haas, as a team, they were shit, but Hulkenberg I thought drove well. And AlphaTauri, great result for them. Yuki Tsunoda finishing in 10th. 2 crucial points, and maybe they'll look back at this race as a real turning point in them not finishing last in the championship. Need to, though, sort their strategy out, because I don't get why they did what they did with Daniel Ricciardo. They should have kept him on a solid 2-stop strategy to give him a chance finishing the points, which he never really had with his actual strategy. But yeah, AlphaTauri at least closer to the teams ahead. But there you go. Those are all of the teams. And I think what I'll do is I'll read out a final few comments, and then we'll get to the end of this stream, because I have been live for almost 4 hours. Bravamos says, pretty boring race. Strategy side wasn't too bad, though. I'm surprised you said that, but, I mean, that's your thoughts. McLaren F1 race, yeah, saying Lance is pleasuring his sister now. Mickey says, Merck keep losing 1 second in the pit stops to other teams, need to get faster than them. That's also another thing that I have seen people mention, which is true. Mercedes' pit stops have not been good enough in the last year. Not on the same level of McLaren or Red Bull, that is for sure. So, I mean, you know, they had a bit of a slow pit stop, and then plus maybe a second and a half wasted on track that they could have used to pit Hamilton. They could have won today. Mercedes absolutely could have won today. So they can't sit there and say, well, Red Bull were too quick. I don't think they can sit there and make excuses. Looney Classic says, races like today show why Red Bull need to get rid of Checo. He leaves them with no options to play strategy games when other cars are close. I think Perez has had a good... I think Perez has done fine this weekend. I don't think we can ask too much more of him. We have to remember Red Bull have not been as quick compared to the rest as they normally are. So we can't, you know, it's not like Red Bull have been a second a lap quicker than everybody else or something ridiculous. So Rugara says he could have, in terms of Max, he could have more wins than Vettel by the end of the year. Damn. But yeah, if I look at the F1, if I look at the records quickly, in terms of who has the most wins in F1 history for drivers, yeah, Max Verstappen is on 50 wins. 1 win ahead of him is Alain Prost. 3 wins ahead of him is Sebastian Vettel. So if he wins in Mexico, Brazil, Vegas, and Abu Dhabi, he will have the 3rd most wins in Formula One history, will Max Verstappen. And then he'll be 37 wins away from Michael Schumacher. Yeah, it is absolutely incredible. 26 years old, and he already has 50 Grand Prix wins. He is just a statistical anomaly. He is not normal. No doubt about that. Right, let me see if I can find a couple more comments. Rooksfoot says, looking forward to the armoured convoy delivering Marco to the track at Mexico. Meme of armoured car under escort with Red Bull Racing livery needed. Crystal Racing saying, I don't like Max, but my word, he is scarily good. And yeah, well, Lewis Hamilton is now 19 points behind Sergio Perez with 4 races to go plus a sprint race. So it is possible that Hamilton could end up second in the championship. Prank says, I think Merck cost Lewis about 5 seconds and Lewis cost himself about 2 seconds. Yeah, maybe I'll agree with you on that. Anyway, let me bring this poll to a close. We've had about 75 votes. And you guys have voted for Lewis Hamilton as your driver of the day with 50% of the vote. Max Verstappen second, Lando Norris third, and Lance Stroll in fourth. And yeah, I agree. Again, before I go, next 2 pieces of content on the channel: Mexico City Grand Prix weekend preview on Thursday night at 8 p.m. UK time, and then the day after on Friday live from 10:45 p.m. UK time for the practice 2 watch along, and then live for practice 3 and qualifying on Saturday night, and then on Sunday night live for the race. Remember as well that in the early hours of Sunday morning in the UK, we go from BST to GMT. The clocks go back an hour. So please do remember that in regards to next Sunday. I will try and stay up long enough so that when the clocks do go back an hour, that I can set the stream up and put it on the channel so that you guys know how many hours are remaining until I go live to make it easier. So I'll try and do that. But yeah, that's the next Grand Prix on the calendar. Hopefully you guys come to that. Thank you guys for coming along to a little content this weekend. Been great to have you along for, sprint race, qualifying race, all of that. And yeah, can't wait for the Mexico City Grand Prix, which I have a good feeling about in terms of the competition in the field. Maybe Max will win, but I don't think it will be as easy as it has been a lot of times this season. Maybe similar to what we've seen this weekend. So yeah, make sure to come along to the Mexico City Grand Prix. But before I go, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this to keep up to date with everything going on in Formula 1. Make sure before you go to smash a like button, as we are on 134 likes. Let's try and get up to like 140 plus if we can. That'd be great if we could. And if you want to keep up to date with content on the channel, then you can follow me on Twitter or X. It's ChazzaHD over there, or at ChazHD5. And we also have the Discord server link below, either in the description or being posted right now in the live chat. If you want to join our server and keep up to date with when I go live, when I upload videos and content updates, then you can join that server right there. But guys, that is it for the 2023 US Grand Prix weekend. And until race 19 of the season, next weekend in Mexico, and my weekend preview on Thursday night at 8 p.m, it has been me, ChazzaHD. Goodbye.